We never prayed live together and to live along and out. And everybody wanted to you wanted over out. And everybody wanted to you wanna know. 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 And everybody wanted to you wanna know.
All right, y'all. we're running some tests right now in jest. So it's super important, guys, to run these tests because there's a lot of errors that I initially running this in VS Code. I mean, I've run it in different IDEs, right? But I've been kind of messing around with a few terminal coders like Gemini CLI and then Open Code. Open Code seems to be pretty robust, man. And I this is actually my first session. So this is a project that I worked on last year, and I kind of want to put Open Code to the test a little bit. So I'm running a test to see if it catches um, a lot of the errors that amazingly enough Gemini CL, because Gemini is supposed to be the ish at this point. So now Open Code, although I'm using a fairly new model as well, it's a GLM 4.7 on Open Code, and this is a free LLM. Okay, I'm not even using a pro model or anything like that. So this is a free LLM, GLM 4.7 free, and so far, I mean, it's looking pretty good. It's running some tests, and it caught a lot of bugs that Gemini CLI didn't catch, and I was using VS Code with different models. I use Gemini over there as well. I use Anti-Gravity and a bunch of these other IDEs, and a lot of them actually didn't. I don't know what it is, but because jest is jest, so it should have they should have caught these same errors. So we're just running. I'm gonna let it run for a little bit and see what exactly Open Code is all about. And who knows, I might switch. Permanently to Open Code because so far, I mean, it's open source, and in light of what's happening with OpenAI with Cloud Code, now they're restricting their API to only their command line tool, which to me is kind of like they're shooting themselves in the foot, because if you want to restrict people to use something you pay for, but then you're restricting access because you want to introduce vendor lock-in, which is, to me, it's counterintuitive, because there are so many good tools out there. You want to have people in your corner. You don't want to alienate people. You don't want to put up barriers. I guess, good old America. If you can't compete, well, you sabotage, or you put a barrier, or you build a wall. Pun intended. So let's see. I mean, Open Code is looking pretty good so far. So I got a good feeling about this. So if any of you, if you've used Open Code, let me know in the comment, or if you have any questions, just let me know. If you've used it, or if you've heard of it. If you haven't heard of it, check it out, Open Code, and you could use any model. There's no vendor lock-in BS. It's wide open. You can bring in your OpenAI as key. You could bring in Open Router. You could bring anything. All right. So let's let it run. Let's check it out and see what's going on. In the meantime, if you guys have any questions, and also I might open the Discord server a little later. So if you guys want to talk to me, you can jump on and have a quick chat. Shoot the breeze. Let's go. Cool. Amar just dropped in. Amar says he's gonna drop in about an hour and a half. I guess Amar must be working. It's about an hour and a half. He'll join the chat. He'll join Discord. So guys, once again, if you want to chit chat, Discord server will be open. So come on in. So open code once again. Open code. Yo, I'm impressed. I'm really impressed with open code because I just installed it, fired it up. Actually, I installed it last night, but I didn't get a chance to use it. I just fired it up, and so far so good. And as you can see right here, I'm actually using. There you go. The build model is GLM 4.7 open code. So they offer a bunch of, well, actually a couple of free models. So before you commit, before you go and put in your credit cards and all that type of stuff, so you can actually use the free models to check it out. So right now I'm using the GLM 4.7. Yeah, open code for the win, guys. I mean, hey, listen, we need more tools like this. We need more open source tools that doesn't lock you in. There's no vendor lock in, and there's no head games. You know what I mean? Just a little bit of competition will teach them what's happening. And I kind of like what happened with DeepSeek. DeepSeek kind of opened a lot of people's eyes. You don't have to literally sink a boatload of money to get a quality product out there. And they've proven that again and again and again. And right now there are a few Chinese companies that are coming out. I believe GLM 4.7 is also Chinese, right? So you can get quality open source products that rival the closed source boys. Right? Let's go. Let's keep it going, guys. I'm feeling good about open code right now. Yeah. Just as I thought, ZAI, Z.AI, it's actually a Chinese company. They're out of Beijing, right? Beijing Zipu Huazhang Technology Company Limited, branded internationally as Z.AI, is a Chinese technology company specializing in AI, artificial intelligence. The company was formerly known as Zipu AI, or Zipu AI, outside China until its rebranding in 2025, just last year. As of 2024, it is one of China's AI tiger companies, really, by investors, and considered to be the third largest LLM market player in China's AI industry. Well, look at that. All right, so trading name Zipu AI in China, or ZAI internationally. These are the Chinese characters right there. I'm not going to attempt to read that. My Chinese is quite rusty. It's a public company, traded as SEHK 2513, Industry AI, Artificial Intelligence, founded in 2019. Founders Tang Ji, Li Huangji, key people Zhang Peng, who's the CEO. Product, okay, the latest is GLM 4.7. Excellent. Okay, number of employees 800 plus. That's pretty good. I mean, hey, listen, I'm pretty excited about this development right here. So where are we? We are right. GLM 4.7. I mean, I'm looking at the benchmarks right now. Wow, these are impressive numbers. Okay, cool. So LLM performance evaluation, agentic reasoning and coding. What do we have here? So okay, H benchmarks. This is an AIM 25 live code bench v6. GPQA SWE bench. This is, everybody is familiar with that one. SWE bench, SWE bench, etc., etc. So GLM 4.7 so far is ahead of the pack. AIM 25. Wow. 95.7. Live code bench. That's 84.9. That's pretty impressive. Well, let's go back to AIM 25, where GLM 4.7 scores on 95.7, where OpenAI scores on 94 even. I mean, these are impressive numbers, but 95.7, that's near perfect score if you ask me. That's crazy. And GPQA, right, so I guess here GLM 4.7 kind of trailed behind a little bit, but not by much. 85.7, OpenAI 88.1. SWE bench. Okay, these are verified. Okay. Hey man, I'll take it. 73.8. So they're playing with the big boys. 73.8. So 4.7. I guess 4.6 was at 68. So there's a huge leap from version 4.6 to 4.7. They went from 68 points in SWE bench, benchmark, to 73.8, practically 74. Where DeepSeek is at 73.1. Right? Anthropic is at 77.2. OpenAI is at 76.3. Pretty impressive numbers, guys. All right, and T square, T2 bench, we're looking at 87.4 for GLM 4.7, and everybody else pretty much trails behind. DeepSeek 85.3, Anthropic 87.2, not by much. OpenAI 82.7. I mean, impressive numbers all around. That's pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. And by the way, if you have a beefy enough machine, you can run these locally on Hugging Face and Model Scope. Yeah. So anyway, my plan is to actually build a local server. I'm kind of debating whether I should go with an NVIDIA GPU or get a couple of Mac studios and daisy chain a couple of them and just build a monster server to run LLMs locally and stop paying freaking for APIs. Right, so here's the thinking diagram. Okay, step one, you input the system, you get a user message, output reasoning, okay, tool call. Then it goes to step two. That's consistent with what I've been seeing so far. So user message, reasoning, tool call, results. It goes to reasoning number two, tool call number two, then it passes it on. Step three, system, user message. It reasons again, so it kind of there's a lot of redundancy here. Tool call one, results, reasoning two, tool call, and then it goes to the output reasoning three, and it answers. Then this is turn one. Turn two, system, user message, reasoning, tool call. Okay, good. Reasoning two, answer one, output. Good stuff. Right. So let's take a look at this. So core coding with GLM 4.7 brings clear gains compared to its predecessor, 4.6. And multilingual agentic coding and terminal-based tasks, including 73.8%. That's a boost of 5.8% on Sweetbench. 66.7%. That's a boost of 12.9% on Sweetbench multilingual. And 41%, that's a boost of 16.5 on Terminal Bench 2.0, GLM 4.7, of course. Also support thinking before acting, yes, which I love because it's not going to go and mess up your stuff just willy-nilly. With significant improvement on complex tasks and mainstream agent frameworks such as Claude Code, Kilo Code, Klein, and Roo Code. Yep. Yeah, I find that Klein and Roo Code. I mean, in the beginning, they were two of my favorites actually, and lately they've just been dropping the ball left and right. I mean, they're not even part of the conversation anymore. They're still pretty capable, but it's just they're just not innovating anymore. They can't keep up with the Chinese developers. They cannot keep up with the Chinese companies because China is poised to win the race, guys. China is not messing around. China is on a mission. Watch out. Okay, what do we have here? Vibe coding. Okay, GLM 4.7 takes a big step forward in improving UI quality It produces cleaner, more modern web pages and generates better looking slides with more accurate layout and sizing. Okay, I'd have to check that. I haven't tested that yet, but we'll see. So tool usage. I said tool using here. Whatever, tool usage. GLM 4.7 achieves achieves significant improvements in tool using and tool usage. Significant better performance can be seen on benchmarks such as T2 Bench and on web browsing via Browse Comp. Okay. Oh, I gotta test all that. I gotta check them out, see what's going on. Complex reasoning. So, once again, it delivers a substantial boost in mathematical and reasoning capabilities, achieving a 42.8%. That's a boost of 12.4% from 4.6. Okay, on humanities last exam, HLE, benchmark compared to 4.6. Right. So gains, guys, gains all around. So 4.7 further enhances interleaved thinking, a feature introduced since 4.5, and introduces preserved thinking and turn level thinking by, that's a lot of thinking. Who wrote this? By thinking between actions and staying consistent across turns. It makes complex tasks more stable and more controllable. Okay. Interleaved thinking, the model thinks before every response and tool calling, improving instructions following, and the quality of generation. Preserved thinking, okay, good. In coding agent scenarios, the model automatically retains all thinking blocks across multi-turn conversations, reusing the existing reasoning instead of deriving from scratch, which is a huge boost because remember, rule code, Klein, they're terrible. Even though you have a memory, blah, 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 it's just not. It's not the same. You got to always refresh their memory, reintroduce the context because they lose the context at every turn, every new conversation. So turn level thinking, the model supports per turn control over reasoning within a session. Disable thinking for lightweight requests to reduce latency. Okay, that makes sense. To reduce latency and cost. Enable it for complex tasks to improve accuracy and stability. Cool. Yeah, hey, I'm sold. I mean, I got to do some more testing. I got to do some more stuff with it and see what's going on. So, all right, cool. So let's focus here. Let me bring your attention to what's going on here. Let's go. So, GLM just run an open code for exactly an hour and 9 minutes. I gave it a task. All right. There you go. See, build. Let me highlight it for you guys. Right there. So build GLM 4.73, 1 hour and 9 minutes. So basically, that 1 hour and 9 minutes, it burned 70,465 tokens. That's 35%. It's 35% of the context window, which is phenomenal. So test results. It ran the test until the task was completed. Of course, this is how it's supposed to be. So once I gave it, there's somebody at the door, guys. Give me a second. Somebody's at the door. All right, be right back. Right on, folks. Sorry for the interruptions. We had somebody at the door. Alrighty, where were we? So the system, the agent ran for an hour and 9 minutes. So 69 minutes. And so far, what we have a summary of all. We had 5 tasks. We had 5 tasks to complete. So here are the steps. There was some import functionality that was kind of jumbled up, so we fixed that. So import functionality completed. Added import data to store connected to settings panel, right? Theme switching. I know that wasn't working. The light theme wasn't working. So already working theme provider applies CSS classes, variables defined in global.css. That's working. Edit functionality. So already working. Edit buttons for clients, exercises, meals already implemented. Then we had a deprecated config file. So already clean. Next dot config.ts. So it has no deprecated options. Okay, testing. We run a system-wide test with jest. Improved. Okay, so fixed 5 test files, 102 tests passing 86%. So it's not entirely clean. The system is not entirely clean, but 86%, which is a passing grade, but it's not good enough for production. So I definitely have to run another test, another in-depth test to ensure that we come out at 100%. Okay, anything less than 100% is unacceptable. So the code base is in better shape than initially assessed. Most features already work correctly. So there we go. Test results. So 8 pass, 6 fail, complex integration test. Okay, 102 pass out of 118, so 86% pass rate. Existing test covers util, security, notifications, client planner, UI components, and predefined data. So this is where we are. Step 5, complete testing, infrastructure improved. So basically we have an improvement. I mean, 86%. It's nothing to sneeze at, but it's not. It's not production ready, which is cool. I mean, I didn't expect it to be flawless on the first pass. Mind you, this is the first run at open code, and I must say, I'm pretty impressed. Open code, yeah. I wish I could have shown you guys the score before the test, but anyway, 86% pass rate. It's nothing to sneeze at. But once again, not perfect, but I'll take it for first run. It's pretty good. All right, so now we're gonna run let's run the app and see what we got. So first, let me run the server. NPX, Prisma, NPX Prisma Studio. There we go. And okay, well, I guess it would kind of help to be in the projects folder. I'm trying to run the command in the wrong folder. So let's just take it easy on ourselves. Let's do this. Okay, CD space. Okay, I'm messing up here. Well, I'm not on top of my game right now. All right, cool. So let's clear that. NPX Prisma Studio, and now we should be good to go. All right. Servers spawn up. All right, let's get the front end running. We're inside the project folder, so npm run dev. Let's spin the front end. All right, cool. Starting compiling middleware. Ready in 2 seconds. Cool. So let's look at the front end. Perhaps I should share. Yeah, in fact, let me show you guys the front end. See what's going on here. All right, let's get the browser here so I can show you guys a little bit what's going on here. Browser. All right. Sidebar. Get out. Let's log out. Right. So here's a project, guys. So this is it. This is the project. The project is basically a portal for fitness coaches to onboard their clients. Well, of course, they can either create an account for their client if the client's not tech savvy or they don't really want to bother So they want to be able to consult with their fitness trainer, and where the fitness trainer will take them through the whole process. Because for those of you who know about the fitness industry, there's something called the PAR-Q questionnaire. The PAR-Q questionnaire is a questionnaire that has a series of questions that allows you to assess a client's physical fitness readiness. So, there's a couple of questions. There's a history, there's lifestyle questions, and there's personal, well, not that personal actually. I guess it would be, yeah, it is personal. Family history, whether there's hypertension in the family, whether there's, diabetes or heart disease in the family. So all these are taken into consideration. Or if you've had an injury in the past, all those fall into the sort of like medical history. And then when's the last time you had in fact, let me show you guys. So here, this right here, the first button would be the one where a client will show up here. So this is the PAR-Q. This is the questionnaire. So we're not going to go through it right now because I got to fill it out to show you all the steps. So it's a drip questionnaire. So once you complete a step, next, and then once you reach to the registration process, in the registration process you get to choose a coach. So if your coach sent you the link to register, well, you already know who it is, but you could actually, eventually what's going to happen on the landing page, there'll be a repository of coaches, so you can pick and choose. So you can choose a coach, and once you choose a coach, and that process, that last step, the registration step, right? Once you reach that step, you select a coach, and you create your password, and you're dumped onto your dashboard right away. And your account will reflect on the coach you've chosen. You'll show up on his client list. Then he'll have the option to review your PAR-Q questionnaire. He's either going to accept you as a client, or if he deems that you're more of a high risk client, or he doesn't really want to, or he has some questions, then he'll communicate with you. So that's pretty much how streamlined this platform is. Then let me show you guys real quick. Once you complete, you'll be dumped onto your dashboard. So here, this is for demo purposes. So I've created a few mock accounts so you can kind of see what's happening. So this is I don't know if this is functional anymore, but let's give it a try. It might work, it might not work. Invalid password, so I gotta update that. So coach, admin, let's try this client. All right, so this pretty much will be your dashboard, and you'll be able to see your plan. There you go. So here you'll be able to see your meal plan and your exercise plans. All right. So these are all drag and drop. Of course, you can rearrange them. You could arrange them by day. You could basically it's a Kanban. It's a Kanban board. It's a Kanban board where you could drag things between columns and rearrange them by order of appearance, or you could just drag and drop here. Of course, this I can't drag it now, but I'll show you guys. Once you're creating the meal plan, you could drag things around and say, and also what's good about this system is the fact that it takes into account, well, first of all, we have the macros, okay, the calories. Okay, it gives you, for instance, breakfast, right? This is breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So it'll show you what the meal is. It'll give you a brief explanation. You know, if there are any particular notes that you got to be uh, aware of, it's going to be right here. So you have 500 calories. Then you have the macros. You have 24 grams of protein, 26 grams of carbs, and 50 grams of fat. And then here you have 520 calories, 510 calories. So that pretty much gives you a good base of, you know, what's happening. And then here, it'll kind of tell you, right? So how many meals in total for the week? How many exercises? Well, this is not complete. Of course, you'll have more exercises than that. How many meals, right? So local items, 23. Number of meals, 20. Number of calories, that's 1,000 calories, 1,175. All right. Of course, you build your meal plan according to the requirements. Whether it's 2,000 calories, whether it's 1,200 calories, whether it's 5,000 calories, for, you know, whatever the case may be, you're able to actually do all that here. So now you see plan analysis. It says needs adjustment. So of course something is wrong here because the calories are not being reported. All right, here, that's the analysis. But here we are. So we have the weekly meal plan summary, right? So we have 20 total meals. That's the number of calories. I guess this was for a fat loss protocol. So 633 grams of protein, 754 grams of carbs, 6 or 7 grams of fat. So then again, here you'll be able to actually, with the help of the system, which is AI assisted, you'll be able to calculate to the gram, see what your macro requirements are. And here, of course, you have exercises. So this is what your exercise regimen will be. For instance, Monday. All right, full body weight strength. You have sets of squats, 3 sets, 12 reps, 1 minute rest in between. So push-ups. So 3 sets, 10 reps, 1 minute. What do we have here? So running. Okay, so I believe this is full body weight cardio. I believe this should be sprints. 1 set, 1 rep. That should be 30-second rest. No, this is wrong. Anyway, this is just a placement. Push-ups, full body weight. This is for strength. 3 sets, 10 reps, 1 minute rest in between. All right. Programs. That's where we are. Plan. Let's sign out, and I'll show you guys how to create the exercises, the Kanban board. Let's get out. All right, cool. So here we are. Let's go to client list. This is what the coach will see. So once we go to the plan, let me show you guys real quick. So this is what you were seeing on the clients list, but here we're able to actually create the exercise plans and kind of move. You could delete things. You could add. Let me try and. Okay, what's going on? Exercise. Right. So this is. Let me add something for you guys to see, to show you what I'm talking about. See right here. So here I can. It's gonna populate the library. Of course, when we're showing off, nothing works. Let's go to library. There we go. All right, so library's been populated. Let's go back to clients. Let's go to plan. All right, let's add an item here on Sunday. Okay, once I click here, there we go. So I could either choose to, well, it depends where we are, because right now we're on meals, right? See, meals is pre-selected. That's because we are a meal plan. If I go to exercise and I click here, watch what happens. So when this comes up, exercise is pre-selected. So I can choose, or I can search. I say chest flies. There you go, chest flies. Okay, isolation chest exercise, 3 sets, 10 reps, 1 minute rest in between. And if I don't want it, I could just remove it. And I could add another exercise here. For instance, let's put battle ropes, and here we go. Okay. All right, so the Kanban board is not actually working because I'm supposed to be able to grab them and rearrange them in any order that I like. But right now the Kanban board is bugging. So this is what you're seeing here. Okay. So this is pretty much it, guys. Yeah, so you've got the library. You got the library that houses all the exercises. Right now I've got a library of some, I got a lot more than that. It was 60. These are all I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? The pre-made. But we also have the capability to actually generate an exercise regimen with the AI. Then of course, then the coach could go in and refine it. Because what's going to happen, because of the once we ingest the PARQ, the questionnaire that the client submits, with his goals, his injuries, his how fit they are, all that type of stuff, then we can actually create an exercise that will, for instance, if somebody had a hip injury, So there are certain exercises you'll have to avoid. If you had a knee injury, there are certain exercises that you will not be you'll not be prescribed these exercises. So it's pretty comprehensive. And then of course, when it comes to the dietary portion of things, if you have certain ailments, there are certain foods that um, you're not going to be eating. So we have to be precise, and which is why the human in the loop is so important, because with the help of a nutritionist, you'll be able to say, okay, let's refine this. Also, take into consideration the client's tastes as well. So if you hate Brussels sprouts, well, definitely not going to be definitely not going to have Brussels sprouts on your food protocol. So that's pretty much that. Okay, meals. We have 68 meals, 68 in the library. So exercises, I mean, we got anything from in fact, let me show you guys what they are. I don't know if you can see that. I'm sure you can. Hang on a second. Yeah, probably not. You probably can't see the drop down because I'm not actually sharing the screen. I'm sharing the tab, so you can't see it. So anyway, so as you can see all categories. So we have cardio. Of course, we have a warm up and cool down. We have core, which is abs and stuff. Full body. So full body means, whether it's burpees, whether it's squats, whether it's pull-ups, muscle ups, that type of stuff. Lower body, that means legs, lunges, squats. That counts as leg extensions, all that type of stuff is lower body. Mobility and flexibility, of course, that is yoga type stuff and stretches and different types of moves. Rehab, if you've had any injury, of course, you're gonna have some exercises that foster good rehab. And upper body, that means arms, shoulders, chest, bicep, tricep, traps, lats, that type of stuff. So these are categories. And body parts, we have arms, back, calves, chest, core, full body, glutes, hips, legs, mind. I don't know why I said that, but mind, yes, mind, body, mind, muscle connection, shoulders, and spine. Yes, equipment. What do we have? We have assault bike, barbell bench, battle ropes, bench, bicycle, dumbbells, foam roller. This is for rehab. Jump rope, kettlebell. Of course, you have none for body weight exercise. Parallel bars, pull-up bars, resistance bands, rowing, and wall. That means wall sits, handstands, wall-assisted handstands, all that good stuff. So this is pretty much it for exercises and meals. What do we have? We pretty much have breakfast, dinner, lunch, and snacks. That's pretty much it. So then if I select breakfast, okay, we have 16 items on the breakfast menu. Dinner, we have 21. Lunch, we have 16 as well. And snacks, we have 15. For a total of 68 items. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, these all have their I'm sure you can see this right now. They all have their breakdowns, the macros, right? So the name of the dish or the recipe, food item, the category. For instance, apple slices with almond butter. So it's a snack, right? So you can select which category it falls into. And of course, number of calories. Then you have the the macros. In grams, of course, 4 grams of protein, 25 grams of carbs, and fat, that's from the almond butter, 8 grams of fat. And then you have nifty little notepad here. Okay, natural sweetness that from apples paired with healthy fats from almond butter. So this is that. Let's look at Asian slaw. Asian slaw with grilled tofu. That's for lunch. 300 calories, 18 grams of protein, 25 grams of carbs, and 16 grams of fat. Crunchy slaw with plant-based protein from grilled tofu. Not everybody's cup of tea, but for the health conscious, but also, everything has its place, right? If you're not a tofu person, well then chicken breast, right? Chicken breast is a good tofu is a good replacement for chicken breast, right? So there's that. So here we go. Zucchini noodles with pesto, whole grain toast with almond butter, veggie and cheese quesadilla. Okay, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Okay. A ugali fish curry, traditional vegetable curry with basmati rice, I believe. Basmati, is it? Is this basmati? Yep. 420 calories. This is pretty good for dinner. As a rule, your heaviest meal should be consumed at lunchtime or breakfast, but mostly lunch because you have plenty of time to digest that. Right? Then, of course, we have the analytics. You'll see total number of clients here, exercises in your library. So you got 60 exercises, meals, 68 again as I demonstrated. Average plan items, 21. Exercise category distribution, right? Just see what's more popular. Full body, mobility, flexibility, warm up. Upper body, warm up should be a lot higher than that. Some meal categories distribution. We don't have enough data for that. But anyway, this is all simulated. So client goals distribution. Again here. Weekly activity trends. Right. Platform health. And this is pretty much it. Yeah, here we are. Cool. That's the whole platform, guys. So if you have any questions, Discord server is up. Discord server is up, so come on through if you want to come and chat with your guy. Here's the QR code. Scan the QR code and join Discord and come and talk to your guy. I'm right here.
So, hey,
Yo, Amar, what's going on?
hey, what's up?
How are you?
Fine, what about you? How are you doing?
Good, good, good. Is it me? Your level seems to be pretty low today. Hang on a second. Tell me, is the music too loud or is it okay?
Uh, what music are you talking about?
Can you hear the music?
You're talking about stream music, right?
Yeah, the music that's playing in the background. Is it too loud or is the volume fine?
Uh,
Okay, I lost you again. Can you hear me?
yeah, it's good. It's good. I
Uh,
can hear you.
all right,
Uh,
cool. All
mm.
right, cool. So Discord volume. All right, cool. Yeah, everything's cool then. Yeah. So what's up? You working?
Yeah, I'm good. What are you working on though? This fitness trainers and nutritionists sounds interesting. Please.
Yeah. This is actually an old project from last year. I just pulled it out just to test open code. I don't know if you read about open code.
Open code, that's a new thing.
Yeah, it's from ZAI, Z.ai. It's a Chinese company. And yeah, the
Okay.
Chinese guys are they are on fire. They're really putting out really good stuff lately.
And so yeah, I guess there's a new model coming from DeepSeek too, which is rumored to be better at coding than GPT 5.2 and Grok 4.
Yeah, I haven't tested that one either. I've and actually the reason I went to ZAI is because the model GLM 4.7, which is the model that I'm using right now, it's actually a free model. It is astonishing. It is amazingly good.
Mm.
You know, I gave it a task.
Okay.
Basically this old code base, and then I knew there were some errors, and to see how it would perform to actually find the errors, and it actually found the errors, and it run uh, basically on autopilot for over an hour. Then it found all the issues that I knew that were there, and it reported. It fixed some of the issues, and it basically, I guess, brought me from a 56, 57% score to an 86% score, which is
Oh,
which is quite. Again, this is an agentic mode. It's really autonomously. It's just basically just go and run everything by itself. It didn't ask me. Of course, I gave it permission. I was like, all right, cool, go, and it ran
so,
nonstop for an hour, over an hour.
so like how do you do this agentic coding stuff?
Um,
Like
yeah.
your coding is essentially fully automated
Well,
right now.
well, it wasn't about the coding. It was about the testing after the coding. So
Mm.
once you give it access to the code base, because this is a project from last year, so the open code with the agentic coder, which is the AI, the LLM behind it, is GLM 4.7. So those two match together. It's amazing. So gave it access to the code base and say, hey, listen, I need you to scan the code base and then report. And it reported what's going on. So then I told them, okay, run an analysis and then fix any pending bugs and report back to me. And then I said, all right, cool. Do I have permission to do this? Okay, allow. I just allow it, let it loose, and it scanned the code base, found all the issues. There was probably like 56, 57% error that was still in the code base. And he brought it down to basically completion at 86%. So I'm like, hey, okay, that's pretty good. Now I'm running another test. which is pretty cool because I'm kind of excited about it because it's doing pretty good. It's doing pretty well. You're back.
Shit. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I lost you for a
Definitely
second.
have the call. Uh, Where are you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm actually, I'm actually, learning C language right now.
What are you
Uh,
running?
the learning C for now, C language.
Oh, C plus, C plus plus.
No, only C.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm learning it right. Learning that language right now because like that's required. That's essentially for hardware. You know, uh, robotics and smart glasses. That's going to be crucial for that. Aside that, like for general hardware, that is the main language so that I'm learning and building in it right now. I just started today.
Cool.
So I'm going to build, like, when I get the microprocessor for the smart glasses, that is going to be fully coded in C language. Going to be interesting.
Cool. Cool. Cool.
Hmm. So like, like I was wondering this. Imagine like aside from all the profit or money or like the credibility, fame, by being at SpaceX or Tesla, just imagine that how amazing those things are that they are building. And I mean, how amazing would it be to build those sort of things? Imagine if you are, uh, like imagine yourself at multiple positions for like, for example, you are at SpaceX, you are CEO. That's good. I have to manage all those stuff. Okay, now imagine that you are an engineer. You are writing code for a rocket that is going to take my one day humanity to Mars. You're writing code for that rocket. You are writing code for a car, a Tesla, which is going to be a self-driving car, which a person is going to use. Imagine writing code for that car. Uh, Imagine that. How amazing would it be to build those sort of things?
Hmm. Well,
You know,
yeah.
like this.
I mean, it's all related, right? Whether you're building for a, let's say, for a company that builds robotic arms for, let's say, uh, a car manufacturing plant, or you're building for an arm that goes on the International Space Station or a space shuttle. There's no difference, right? It's the same. It's the same code. It's the same logic, you know. And even I don't know if you've seen. There's a exoskeleton leg brace that you wear that allows you to lift heavy weight. I can't remember what it's called, but they were actually demoing one at CES this year. It's pretty
Do
amazing.
you,
I don't know if you've
do
seen
you
it.
go to see? Uh, do you go to CES?
I haven't been to CES since last time I was at CES was probably 2005, 2006.
Wow.
Yeah. So no,
Okay.
I haven't been lately, but I'm telling you, the stuff that's coming out right now, crazy. And of course, they have a lot of robots, a lot of. Let me see if I
Obviously, yeah. I
if I
actually saw the CES through vlogs and all that, videos, and it's pretty cool stuff. Robots, obviously, there were a lot of robots. Aside from that, there were flying cars too that we talked in the last
Yep.
stream. There were a lot of companies with demoing their uh, flying cars too, and a lot of other things. Like everyone was showcase their tech. So, for example, if I was in America, I would have probably showcases my smart glasses.
Yeah, it's funny because there are a lot of smart glasses coming out right now. Can you see the screen right now? See, there's an exoskeleton
Yeah.
that they showcase. Let's see. Basically, it allows you to walk or jump with like minimal effort. And for instance, if you have any issues with your hips, with your legs, so this will, you know, this will literally help anyone with lower body disability.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the one. This is the one right here. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, some pretty cool stuff. Some really good stuff. All right. So, as you can see, this guy is still running. Okay, what did it find?
Oh, what is this?
This is the test results. Run all tests to verify fixes. Okay, tell 20 console errors exceeded. Okay. All right. You see now it's thinking. This is the thinking process. The error message still shows the old error. Blah blah blah. Okay, it's got some suggestions of caching issues. The file looks correct. The error message might be from a cached version. Okay, now it's clearing the cache. See, it just basically goes through the steps. As you know, if I were to run the test myself, manually through Jest, it's boring. It's tedious.
Mm-hmm.
Something that would take me probably about 2-3 days, it takes an hour, less than an hour to do it. Run test after cache. Okay, coverage. Okay, lib. This is a store zoo stand. Okay, the modules. Okay, this is all good stuff. And then it already fixed the other failing. Now there's still one test that's failing. So now it's gonna go after this test, this failing test, until it fixes it. So it's not gonna stop. Well, eventually it'll stop. It'll time out. It'll tell me, well, I can't fix it. So what would you like to do? It'll ask me pretty much. Fail.
Mm.
Yeah, because I know I was having problem with the print. To print a PDF file, but to preserve the style, the what you see on the screen with the stats card, with all the colors, with all everything. I want the print to look exactly like what we see on the screen. So I know we have to use a converter, HTML to PDF, to kind of maintain the style. And I know that's not installed, so it saw that. So it knows that failed. So now it's basically looking at the code.
Okay, that is.
Yeah,
What
print
language is it?
print panel.
What language is it?
This is TypeScript, JavaScript.
That's TypeScript, I guess.
Yeah.
ESX, yeah, TypeScript. I was lately experimenting with uh memory of the AI agent. So like there are three different type of memories: long-term memory, short-term memory, episodic memory.
Mm-hmm.
I was experimenting with these stuff. Uh, like I used Gemini as
Mm-hmm.
the agent or the LLM,
Mm-hmm.
but I gave it custom memory, so like it was able to remember the stuff. So like I experimented it, and like I told it, okay, I told my name, added, like there's this thing called RAG, retrieval augmented generation. You know that, right?
RAG, of course.
Yeah, so using that, I was able to remember stuff, and I have decided to use. I'm not exactly this one. Of course, what I'm looking for, the product for the smart glass is a local LLM that lives in the phone app that's going to be connected with the glasses. Uh, that way. Now, like I was watching this video, Meta Ray-Ban display, review. Have you seen them, by the way? Meta
Mm-hmm.
Ray-Ban
Yep.
display.
Yep. Mm.
Have you tried them like IRL?
Nah, no, not yet. Because
Okay.
I don't know which one. Because I just watch a bunch of I guess reviews, tutorials, or whatnot. Not really tutorials, but reviews and first look at these type of technologies. But I mean, it's still pretty much um, in its infancy. There's no clear front runner because they all have um, a different drawback. This one might have a great resolution, right? When it comes to the heads-up display, the resolution is amazing, but then your battery life is shit, right? Um, Another
You don't
one,
just
yeah,
the
exactly,
Meta,
right. And then another
yeah,
one might have lower resolution, but the battery life is a little better. And a lot of them then they're uncomfortable to wear. They all have some sort of issue,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Yeah. The chunky part you are absolutely right about. Like, like when you wear them, you feel like RoboCop, and that is exactly what I'm trying to avoid in my stuff. You
Yeah,
know, like my first priority, my very first priority is first of all lightweightness, right? And make them look nearly, if not exactly, of course, exactly impossible, but nearly indistinguishable from the normal glasses.
yeah. There were a couple of them that are actually quite close to that, but they're still it's still probably another year down the line till things become really really
Mhm.
miniaturized where you could fit a lot of tech and to a really slim frame where it doesn't look too bulky at any point, right? It will look like complete like normal glasses. You know what I'd like to see? I don't know if you could see this. I'd like to see a pair of those. See that?
Uh, yeah, I can, but it's pretty, I mean, dark, but I can see some sort of glasses that are
Right.
pretty, like, they seem like normal glasses. Yeah.
Exactly. You see, it's the frame. This is a normal frame. What I'd like to see is something like that with all the tech in it. That means they look totally normal. They look like just a regular pair of glasses, and then with all the tech in there. It'll
Mm,
happen. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next week or next, this year for that matter. But I think with a lot of tech, for instance, um, uh, printed circuit boards that are paper thin or batteries that are paper thin, right? That's not too
mm,
far off. There's that technology is already in development where your circuit board will not be thicker than a sheet of paper, right?
mm,
And then you'll be able to actually make things so small. A battery that's basically as thin as a sheet of paper. Just imagine that. Or your power source is somehow I don't know wireless, where you could charge it wirelessly while you're wearing it. I don't know how that's gonna happen, but that would be another option. You know what I mean?
mm. Uh, like for my V1, I'm looking for assistance with coding in simple terms. Uh, like there's this use case that you mentioned in the previous meeting, which was about, like if that car, for example, like driving at the road and the car stops, uh,
Right.
you can help, like you have intelligence at your face ultimately, so you have ultimate, like always have this guidance on your face.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, uh, like you can repair the car like that. And uh, like the primary use case that I'm looking for is for starting, that's coding assistance, like helping coders, programmers, software engineers with their stuff. Uh, but essentially, they can, help with a lot of stuff. But I want to start niche first, uh, like target a specific market, be a default option in that market, and then we can, uh, market it for multi-purpose product. Like if we try to target more than one market initially, yeah, the users won't be able to get the the purpose of the product. So they will be like, hey, these other smart glasses can do that as well. Like, what's special about you? So we can tell them there are no smart glasses that help you with this coding in the market, and our smart glasses do. This is the advantage of niche targeting initially. Uh, yeah, that's essentially. And okay, so like like when I mentioned Meta Ray-Ban because of this. So like I was watching this a YouTube review, and I saw this it's like the guy wearing those glasses, he asked the AI, like he
Hmm.
asked this question: what is this dog breed that is standing in front of me? There was a dog and it's standing in front of him, and he asked the like glasses, what is the dog breed? It took Meta AI around 8 seconds to deliver the first word. And yeah, this is a huge problem. Imagine you ask a question and you have to wait 8 seconds for a answer. And like with my glasses, the approximate timing latency going to be around less than 2 seconds. I guess I mentioned this in the previous meeting. Less than 2 seconds. This is very very important for coding because you don't have a lot of time. You don't have like that you ask it, hey, why is this error appearing my error appearing my terminal, and the glasses are quiet for 10 seconds and then responding. That would be a massive problem. That's what I'm trying to avoid. So using local LLM in the phone app, that is going to the uh, cut the latency by a lot.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you don't even want to be in the seconds realm. You want to be in the milliseconds realm, right? Where it's almost like having a conversation. And I've been experimenting with building voice agents as well. And for instance, Gemini 3 Pro, the latency is quite astonishing. If you get a chance, go to Google AI Studio. There's a voice um, preset. Well, not really a preset, but a template. There's a voice template. You could select it and say build whatever, and then give it some information. Give it a knowledge base, which now becomes your RAG, right? Your retrieval augmented, right? And then you basically talk to it. You ask it questions pertaining to your knowledge base, and the conversation is quite fluid, where you could also program it where if let's say it's going on about an answer and you interrupt it and you say and you talk, the minute you talk you could program it, say if I talk you stop, you wait for me to finish, and then if I ask you another questions, continue with the questions or answer the new questions, that type of stuff. So it's literally milliseconds, as if you and I were talking, and then I interrupt you, and then you stop talking, and you interrupt me, and I stop talking, and then the conversation flows like that. And I think more and more uh, local LLMs are going to be able to do that, especially if it's a specialist LLM. You program it specifically on a certain subject, for instance, coding, right? Then
Mm.
your latency will be significantly reduced because it will not have to ping a server through an API to query, right, the
Yeah,
LLM.
that is that is the main issue, right? So like
Yeah.
I mentioned the memory AI agent, right? So like I was thinking to, use this exact same module in the glasses too. But the problem is that, the current setup uses Gemini API. Uh, and I have to use a local LLM.
Hmm.
It could be any LLM, but it should be local, not an API. Because like API is like this. So, for example, you are wearing my glasses, for example, and you are coding in your terminal, and you are like, "Hey, why is this error appearing?" The voice, like the mic catches your voice, sends it to your the LLM that's sitting on your phone. Uh, that is like you know uh, uh Bluetooth, and it that query and that image, which was captured by
Hmm.
the camera during the query when you said the wake up word, like hi Neo, for example, if the AI name is Neo, just an
Hmm.
example.
Hmm.
Uh, so the image and the query that you spoke goes to the app first, phone app, and then it goes to the API Google server, and then it comes back from the Google server after
Yeah, that's how
generating the
you get the
response.
latency, right? That's
And
how you
that,
get the latency.
yeah, it comes back to the phone app, and then it comes to your glasses. So it travels basically, the entire world for it to reach your glasses. Uh, so that is like, like 5 to 6 seconds that interrupts, like that destroys a coder's flow, right? You have to wait for seconds. You are staring at your ceiling and waiting for the response.
Hmm.
That breaks the flow. That's
Hmm.
essentially what I'm trying to avoid in my one.
Well,
Uh,
the only solution is local LLM, and I don't know
mm,
if you've been on Hugging Face.
yeah, I have. I used it a lot.
Right. So on Hugging Face, you'll be able to source out, certain models and then play with them. See, and also you got to look for something that's fairly small, right? You can't go into 100 plus, parameters. You have to look at the, somewhere the lower end, 3B, 7B, not maybe even 40 billion, 40B, parameters, but then you're gonna have to find a storage that's small enough that will accommodate the LLM. Plus, remember, it's not just gonna be the LLM. You're gonna have to have other, mind you, a code base is not gonna be that. It's just text, ones and zeros. So it's not gonna be that hefty. However, uh, you wanna think about uh, caching also. That means you're not constantly pinging your, whether it's a new form of SSD that's super fast that it won't matter. There won't be any bottleneck, or even your GPU and your CPU. How do you, and your memory? Because remember, your memory, right? Architecture is going to be your memory, then it's going to be your cache, right? It's going to be your, that's going to be either use your SSD to cache locally, so that way you could do that, but also your GPU. And now, if you have a unified memory, this is where it's going to become interesting, kind of like the Mac ecosystem. You know what I mean? The MacBook Pros, Mac Mini, Mac Studio, and all that stuff. Then you'll be able to say, okay, well, how much memory, how much RAM are you going to have? Is this RAM going to be shared amongst your live memory, your GPU, and for everything else? Therefore, you could use for instance, a portion of the, kind of like, I mean, Windows does that as well, where you can use your hard disk or your SSD as memory as well, as we call them, a cache, extended memory. So once you're able to unify all these, then you'll be able to say, okay, well, we're running out of memory for the GPU. Get some more memory from the disk as opposed to RAM, because then if you run out of memory in the RAM, what's going to happen? Your system is going to freeze, right? It's going to come in
Mm,
very slow, and then eventually it's just going to seize up, it's going to freeze up, and then that is going to render your system unusable until you either clear the task, right? I'm pretty sure you're not going to have a task manager like on a Windows machine. So once you clear the scrub the memory, right? then you'll be able to resume working. But then it's you don't want that. You want an automatic way to allocate your resources equally from the CPU to the GPU to your cache memory and your live memory, your RAM, right? Random access memory. It's a fine balance. So you got to look into that. How to utilize um, how to utilize unified memory architecture.
Yup, yup.
It's a big task. Are you up to it?
Mm,
Are you up for it?
yeah, we are up for a lot of things until until the law of physics allow something, we are up to it.
Have you checked all these glasses? Right. What's the what's their blueprint like? What's their architecture like? Have you kind of snooped around and look what exactly they're? I know a lot of the stuff is proprietary. They don't publish them, but with a little bit of digging, I'm sure you can find out what their architecture is like. How are they using? How are they maximizing the memory usage, cache, RAM? What type of storage do they use? Okay, so check this out. So
I'll just be back in
on the second pass,
please.
we had 118 failing tests. Now, all 118 tests passing, fixed, which is pretty good. Cool. All right, that's looking pretty good. I'm actually quite happy. Key recommendations. Two needs investigating editing functionality for plan items was added to exercise view. Okay. Cool. Right.
I am back. So, oh,
Okay, I think it's pretty smart. GLM 4.7, open code, good stuff. So we have, what do we have here? Okay, we got an error, no such file or directory, which is that static development. Okay.
Mm.
Oh, that's the build manifest. Okay, that's a temp file. All right, so it shouldn't trigger an error. So let me close that. Clear terminal. Let's spin the server once again. Okay, port, same port, 3000.
Mm.
Yeah, so everything seems to be running just fine. It made, okay. This is exercise view planner. Okay, handler, edit dialogue, the exercise. Plan exercise equal
Have you
to.
have you have you heard of this incident, the rocket explosion because of a data mismatch?
Rocket explosion? Where?
And not right now. That happened like 30 years ago. Uh, European Space Agency. So there was this. Uh, you know. They were building a rocket. Uh, and then, the rocket was primarily coded in C, C++, and the code was running. Right, the rocket was launched, and there was a mismatch between the data tabs, right? So I can pull out the exact incident to you. It's pretty interesting and tells us a lot of, and because of that, it lost almost $400 million for that data mismatch and 10 years of work on that rocket. Uh, let me, yeah, so the exact, yeah, it was a data type conversion bug. So, like the core bug was that a 64-bit floating point value was converted into a 16-bit signed integer. So this overflow occurred and the software crashed, and the rocket self-destructed 37 seconds after the launch.
That is a costly mistake, my friend. Somebody got fired, that's for sure.
No, nobody was fired.
No one got
And
fired?
no, because so here's the deal, and there's a reason behind why nobody got fired.
Mm.
It's because the requirements the software engineers, they filled all the requirements, but the requirements themselves were, pretty redundant for such tasks. Uh, because it was classified as systematic engineering failure, not an individual mistake or something. 'Cause, like after they did some investigation and everything, the European Space Agency, and they concluded that the code worked exactly as specified. All the requirements. The requirements themselves were wrong. They were
Mm-hmm.
wrong for this specific aerospace purposes. This is critical. Like in aerospace, requirements are more important than code.
Well,
If the
yeah.
requirements are not clear,
I
the
mean, it's pretty much
code
zero
is
zero margins of error, right? Because any
yeah,
little mistake is going to be costly. I mean, 10 years of research and development, build, testing, 10 years and billions of dollars, and then it in 40, how many seconds? 47 seconds? 48?
37.
37 seconds, and then it's all up in smoke, literally in smoke and debris.
Yeah.
And
10 years of work. Like, can you
yeah,
imagine that?
that must hurt.
Like if I start working
Yeah,
on it
it,
right
it
now,
happened to Elon. It happened to Elon Musk a few times with SpaceX. How many rockets did they blow up?
and uh, uh, 2 or 3, I guess. Why did space rockets blow up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that happened to SpaceX like 2 to 3 times, I guess.
Yep. And
Actually, the
there's
thing
another
is
one
that
that happened recently. There was another one that blew up, and yeah, it hurts every time one of these rockets blow up. It's not pocket change. These some of these budgets for a single rocket launch is a budget for a small country, certain small countries. You know what I mean? It's
yeah,
a
yeah.
small country's GDP, just like that.
Well, like yeah, you're right. So Falcon 1 failed 3 times in a row before it worked. And
Hmm.
by the way, that almost killed the company. You know that, like, Elon
Yeah,
Musk was in its
it was
crisis.
about to go bankrupt. Yeah, I know.
It like I'm gonna, soon read his biography. Elon Musk, that guy is my hero. Really amazing guy.
When's the last rocket explosion? That was recently, right? Check that out.
I'm not sure. Actually, SpaceX is pretty safe nowadays. They are
Yeah, no,
very
they are, but
focused.
there was another explosion last year, if I'm not mistaken. Check it out. I don't know which rocket it was.
SpaceX just won a contract from military, U.S. military, 739 million dollar contract
Oh yeah,
just yesterday or today.
that's why he backed Trump.
Yeah, Trump is doing a lot of things.
Yeah. All right, who do we have in the chat? I'm good, bro. How you
Yeah,
doing? Anu, what's going on, bro? We're just chopping it up. Come to Discord. Yeah, did you check it out, Amar? The SpaceX rocket. All right, cool. Yeah, man. Uh, well, thanks for stopping by. It's been a minute.
Hmm. Starship Ship 36 on June 18, 2025. Okay.
Yeah, because I remember, yeah, there was something like that. Yeah. It was actually a test flight. So luckily, you know how it becomes super disheartening and then even more expensive than the actual cost of the rocket if it's an actual mission, right? And they have
Yeah,
satellites on board. Let's say they have a satellite from India that they want to launch a satellite from Germany, right? So they pay them. So there's the cost of the rocket, the cost of the whole operation, plus the cost of the satellites that they're supposed to launch for these people. So when that happens, that's multiple hundreds of billions of dollars just destroyed. But of course they have insurance.
yeah. Actually, here's the deal. For SpaceX, like they go for faster, uh, like faster iteration and learning rather than fearing failure. So, like their philosophy is like failure is data, learn fast, fix faster. That is their philosophy, SpaceX. Like traditional aerospace, they are like failure is unacceptable, prevent it at all costs. But SpaceX is not like that. They tolerate failure. And in fact, like I've seen in Elon Musk, he's very, very tolerant for failure. He's not afraid of it. He in fact embraces it. Uh, so like both for SpaceX, Tesla, he is like both his companies were almost running bankrupt
Hmm.
in 2008. But he somehow managed to grow them and grow it into a completely next level.
Yeah,
This is
but
what I
also,
like
yeah.
about him. Like he's very resilient.
Yeah, also remember, SpaceX. I mean, this is it's a company. It's not a governmental agency, right? It's not a governmental agency. Where
Mhm.
when it comes to for instance, NASA, there's too many checks and balances. You know what I mean? There's a government to deal with. There's a space agency. There are so many different
Mm,
bolts. But even though SpaceX now, I believe it's a publicly traded company, but you're dealing with shareholders. You're not dealing with governmental agencies. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
That's
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 what
right.
happened.
That's right.
Yo, Hex 47I, what's going on, man? Talk to me.
Hello, hello.
Hey, what's up, bro?
By the way, I'm on work. I just reply on the stream.
Cool.
Uh, that's my internet name, Hex479.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
Uh,
I joined new here.
yeah. Well,
I have no
just
idea.
just sitting here chatting with Amar. Say hi to Amar. Amar, say hi to Hex.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hey, X, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Where are you guys from?
Well, I'm
Hello.
And you tell me.
I'm from the States.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from the States.
Okay.
Amar, where you from, Amar?
I'm
Pakistan,
from
right?
Pakistan. Mm. And Hex is either from Pakistan or India, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm from India.
Cool.
That's why my English is.
Excellent.
That's why my English is not so good.
Your English is good, bro. So what part of India?
From the northeast region.
Pune or?
Not no, it's like Pune is actually mid India.
Mm-hmm.
I'm West India. I'm from northeast, like Assam and all Sikkim states,
Oh, okay. Cool.
Seven Sisters.
Cool.
Like
Cool.
that. After uh, the region is basically the after crossing like Bangladesh.
Oh, I see. Okay. Cool.
And
And what do you do, X? You a developer or you a coder? What do you do?
actually, I'm a student, but I have experience of IoT and AI stuff. I'm
Cool.
also a national awardee in India.
Hmm.
I have won multiple competitions in like robotics and IoT stuff.
Nice. Cool. And then what do you want to do? You want to go into the startup game? You want to work for a company? What's the plan?
My plan is to first like I wanted to create a startup. Started a startup, but for now I don't have any plans. because
Okay.
I'm in 10th grade actually.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to think of my future. So
Gotcha. So you were
for now,
in
I don't.
university, right? What
And
year? What year you were at university?
what- I'm not in university. I'm in school,
Oh, you were in high
like
school.
10th grade. Yeah, high
What?
school.
Really?
Oh, okay. So you still.
In
Yeah,
what grade?
10th grade.
Wow, I'm in 10th grade as well.
And uh, I have I have mostly experience in web development,
Mm-hmm.
like 6 years of web experience in web development, and then 2 years in AI and IoT.
Nice. Okay. And web dev. Tell me what kind of stack do you use? Are you strictly HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or you use any
No,
frameworks?
mostly I use Smart, but uh, I just like to use Next.js and Next frameworks.
Mm-hmm.
And like for backend part, all-time favorite is Next.js, of course. But yeah, sometime I worked on Django and all,
Mm-hmm.
and uh, as always MongoDBs.
Cool. Yeah. What about SQL? For instance, MySQL or
Actually, I
Postgres
use SQL
SQL.
because like I shifted to AI development, and AI needs more vector databases,
True.
and SQL is pretty hard to manage vector databases and embeddings. That's why I like to use like
Mongo.
MongoDBs.
Yeah. So have you heard about the
Yeah, Mongo
latest?
or
Have you heard about the latest MongoDB? I guess vulnerabilities.
yeah, I heard of the vulnerabilities of Next.js, actually Next.js 15,
Hmm.
which is also servers, but not heard of the MongoDB MongoDB vulnerabilities, because right now all the servers I'm running are running on Google Cloud and like Firebase,
Right.
so which is like no service database, I guess. I don't know the English name, but for right now, all my app servers are running on Firebase,
Hmm.
so I don't have any issues with MongoDBs because I don't have much money to host an SQL server or MongoDBs.
Got you.
That's why.
No,
That's right.
no, it makes sense
Yeah.
because anyway, Google servers are pretty robust, and they're usually on top of things. Whenever there's a vulnerability, there's a security. They're quick to release the patches, and they
Mostly,
patch it pretty quickly.
right, right. And the mostly Google servers are free tiers are good actually.
Hmm.
That's why I prefer to use Google Firebase, or like some for model training, Google Colab.
Yep.
But I recently come up with Lightning AI, which provide cloud infrastructures to for AI training. So they are also doing great in server thing.
Hmm.
So like right now, I'm just using Google and Lightning AI both parallel in
Yeah.
parallel.
I mean, it's kind of slow, but it's free, so so you can't argue with free. Free is free. So of course, there's a queue, then there's like rate limiting and stuff like that. But see, what I'm actually planning on doing is to actually build my
The
own sort
rate
of like.
limiting is
Say again.
Mhm. uh, the rate limiting is the main factor in Google Colab, because they are like do run timeout stuff
Yeah.
after 3 hours, and that's like a freaking headache to for a developer, because whenever we are training models, it's
Hmm.
like give a error of timeout.
Yeah.
That's outside of Google services.
Yeah.
I have
Exactly.
shared a
It's frustrating.
project. I have shared a link of my project called Muskan,
Hmm.
which is also selected for, I mean, which get awarded for one of the best projects in India. You can check if you want. You can check it out.
For sure. Yeah.
And it's in subdomain. The main domain is my portfolio.
All right, cool. Well, drop the link in the Discord. You join the Discord server. The QR
I
code
did.
is on the screen. Yeah, you already did.
No, no, I did not actually.
Okay,
So
yeah.
where
Just
is the QR code?
drop it in the Discord server, and yeah, definitely check it out. Because Amar is actually learning, LLM as well. Amar,
Mm-hmm.
why don't you tell him what you're working on? Amar got a very interesting project that he's working on as well.
So, like Hex, you said that so like what do you work on in the AI ML space?
I'm mostly in the field of CNNs, convolutional networks, for like
Yeah.
the detection part.
Immediate. Okay. I
Yes.
actually know.
Uh,
Yeah,
mm.
I do know
Did you
CNNs
have?
too. Like I have used them from scratch,
Yeah,
as well as pre-trained models, transfer learning. So what do you think? Like, I
yeah.
actually wanted to ask this to everyone. Like, like, would you rather use CNNs or use transfer learning for example, any stuff like
Um,
real world problem, robotics?
in real life problems, I always choose a infrastructure like Ultra Analytics. They provide YOLO models because from building from sketch using transformers, it's like pretty headache and you don't get that much high accuracies. But if you use an infrastructure like YOLO, only once infrastructure, typically for CNN, they actually provide a good infrastructure to start with. You can train your own models. You can do evaluation stuffs, and which is pretty easy actually. And also the hosting part is all easy with infrastructures. But from building from
Mm,
transformers from scratch, it's a pretty headache actually.
it has computationally pretty heavy too. Uh, you know, like y- like when I was working in the making stuff in the field of computer vision, that you can check my GitHub. I have a lot of computer vision projects. That's what I've done in the past 1 2 months. I just realized that how easy my life, or like any engineer's life, has gotten because of this open source libraries like Ultralytics you mentioned, YOLO, these type
That's
of stuff. They make
that's
they're so useful, right? Other stuff like
100%.
Orb, you know, uh, and we got this uh UNet, you know,
Yeah,
these
yeah.
type of stuff.
Um,
These are
yes.
so useful and make like something you have to do from scratch to like you've within just the 3 to 4 lines of code you have trained an entire model that was already pre-trained on gigabytes of data. Pretty smart model you have trained in just 3 to 4 lines of code.
I'm also doing open sourcing. You can like check out my GitHub, and open source community gives a like good base for developers because like nowadays you can just use all pre-built infrastructures to start with. Like we don't have to start from the scratch, right? And like that's like make a pretty different like POV because like, we can build anything we want easily actually, not starting from the scratch. And as you said, you have already worked with computer vision. Like right now, one of the best is like OpenCV, which is also open source. So like these open source projects makes development and prototyping too easy actually. And you are right, 100%.
Mm,
Yeah, I agree. I agree with
absolutely.
Hex. I agree with Hex
And now
with open
open source
source.
LLMs are helping.
Yeah, you know why, Amar? I think we talked about this a lot last year also. When it comes to working efficiently and when it comes to
Yeah.
working smart also, uh,
Mhm.
there are things there. For instance, before everybody was crazy about LLMs and AI training your own models and then RAG systems and stuff like that. We we had open source, for instance, operating systems. Instead of people just running Windows, run Linux. There are many different Linux distros that are open source, whether it's SUSE Linux, Debian, whether it's the popular ones, Mint Linux, or Ubuntu, right? All these open source softwares, they were not as polished as, let's say, Windows or OS X, OS 10, but there's so much you can do with them, and it's the same principle now. I mean, look at DeepSeek, right? They use pre-existing models to actually train to distill their model, and then what
Yeah.
happened last year? They took the world by storm. Everybody was like, "Wait, how much you guys you spent less than $6 million to train this model?" Where OpenAI's what how many $100+ billion to train, and then yours was basically killing everybody. This is where we are now. So I agree with X in that sense, where you don't have to start from scratch. You can use existing open source codes just to build your base. Of
Yeah.
course, you build on top of it. Right?
Like as I said, my Muskan project is also built on other infrastructure. Not only our projects, but almost the whole internet is built on something up to it. Like first, someone build a computer, then someone make
Yep.
upgrade that, then someone built IPs, and then IPv6, and then multiple layers of protocols.
Yep.
Like everything is built upon something, right? And that's the specialty of internet or
Mm-hmm.
like computer science, where we like use multiple things and build something new,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't have to start from scratch. That's why I like open sourcing.
Yep. But yeah, I'm a proponent of open source as well, since since forever. Open source is, of course, with open source, there are a lot of risks as well, right? You run the risk of, because
Yeah.
of course you got to vet the code base. You got to make sure that it passes muster. You got to make sure that it's there are no malicious codes in there, because you have repos out there that are infested with malicious codes. Once you do
It,
your due
yeah.
diligence, you'll be fine.
Like it's I think you have heard of that. One day someone just like create a fake PR of pull request of a open source project which linked to Linux,
Hmm.
and if someone just merge that PR, then the whole Linux kernel will get compromised.
Hmm.
That's the only risks of open sourcing, because we don't know, like maybe some projects contains malicious code or backdoors, right?
Yeah.
So we can't we need to just rely on the moderators who are taking care of the open source project,
True.
and the whole open source community is built on trust. So
Yeah,
we need people
that's true.
like,
Yeah, that's true. There are more good people contributing to open source versus bad actors. You know what I mean? Guys who are doing basically messed up stuff just to steal your API keys, or to compromise your build. But
right.
if you do your due diligence, right, you make sure that you vet your sources. You make sure that the hashes, uh, they make sense. There's no disparity between the file you download and in the file that's you locally. You'll clone the repo, then you'll know, okay, why does it say X amount of bytes, and then locally is giving me a different, when it doesn't make sense. Then this is where you investigate. And it's always good to have, to do your due diligence anyway before you go live with any project, because you never know. You never know.
That's true. Like we always used to download npm packages,
Hmm.
and if someone just posts a malicious code in their packages, then we never know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, NPM
Mm.
is notorious for that. NPM packages. Yeah, because a lot of guys get messed up with that. But also, it brings the question is, if you're gonna get a piece of code from the, and also remember, uh, this is before NPM became so freaking popular because of AI coding, right? Stack
Right.
Overflow, right? Even on
Yeah.
Stack Overflow, there used to be a lot of malicious codes as well. So it's the same. There's
No,
always that
like
guy who's looking for something.
true. And newcomers also visit Stack Overflow to solve their errors, and they sometimes copy paste that malicious code and like they just compromise themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Because you just see a bunch
That's
of codes, you say, okay, maybe, copy, paste in the terminal, run. And then next thing you
because
know,
they are
you just,
when people right. They when people starting their journey, they don't know about what to copy paste and what not to.
yeah.
So they get that's what. So like we have plus points, but also some negative points of open sourcing.
Hmm.
But we can't right now. We can't do anything. Maybe after evolution of that much evolution of AI, we can put layers of security checkups
Yep.
like GitHub did.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
every time someone publish any code online, it get automatically checked by an AI that does it contain any malicious code or not. But some crazy people will find a loophole to push
Oh, for
their
sure.
code.
They'll
Yeah.
always find a way. If you look hard enough, you'll find a vulnerability. You'll find a route in there. You'll find an endpoint that's unprotected or that's not sanitized, and then all of a sudden you find, because a lot of careless developers, they might even store their user's password in plain text, that type of stuff. No hashing. Therefore, it's a gold mine. Therefore, they can hijack your system and for ransomware, right? And then if you're stupid enough to store your credentials in plain text, and then you deserve to be hacked, right? And and uh, and when you look at, for instance, uh, the best thing to do is to work in a silo. You know what I used to do. I don't really do that anymore because now I have a separate machine for stuff like that. Just run
Okay.
a virtual machine, right?
Right. Right.
For just for
Uh,
development. So and you have a backup of that. If anything happens, you just delete it and then spin up another virtual machine with all the backups. So you don't even have to reinstall any operating system. Just get the file, whether it's
mhm.
parallel, whether it's VirtualBox or whatever. Just boot and you're ready to go within 2 minutes.
Yeah, and actually, I used to be an ethical hacker for 3 years,
Hmm.
doing ethical hacking. That's why I also build up own hacking lab, actually, a
Yep.
hacking server, so that I can install anything I want. Can you see my cam? Is it visible?
Mm,
Mhm.
let's see. Let
Yeah,
Yeah.
me
like
let me bring up Discord here. That was in the background.
Ooh. I can't focus.
Yep, I see you.
yeah.
That is
So
cool.
I used this old laptop motherboard as my
Nice.
hacking lab. So I can just install anything I want. And the disk is always separated. If I want, I can just throw it down and all the data will
Do
get
another one. Nice.
erased
Nice.
and then put another one. But I left hacking last year.
Hmm.
So it's like right now I haven't using it. And
And what operating
this server
system were
also
you running? Were you running Linux on that or what operating system?
I'm running Ubuntu server,
Okay, cool. All right, what's this?
and I have all. Actually, this is one of the compartment of my whole. I don't know what it's called, but here I have all the routings of my network.
Nice.
Where with a separator router with a firewall enable.
Hmm.
The server used to be here
Okay.
in this part. Have some cool lights. I don't know why, and
That's so cool.
and all the routings
Okay.
happen from here.
Uh,
I have multiple systems. I have multiple laptops and computer. That's why I need this. And actually, this is not enough. That's why I have this thing, big thing, which have
Uh,
24 ports of LAN,
nice.
so that I can easily route every device to a single network.
Cool, cool. Yeah, you're serious about your setup. I like that. All right, that's your gaming
that's the,
setup.
the
No,
setup is
not
pretty
gaming.
robust.
It's my primary system where I worked. Actually, I'm a web developer, so I do freelancing stuff.
Hmm.
Also AI development, and I pretty much everything. Also,
Uh,
I don't usually do gaming.
okay. What
Yeah,
are the specs? What's the CPU? Is it AMD or Intel?
Intel. I have Intel 712 Gen, then RTX 3060,
Cool.
16 GB,
Wow.
sorry,
VRAM.
32 GB RAM.
Hmm.
Yeah, and 1.8 TB storage.
Nice. Is it a SSD or NVMe?
Uh, I have NVMe. I
Uh-huh.
have hard drives. I have SSDs, but like I used to pull it out and put it in another system. Like
Okay. Like
I just
swappable,
click.
right? You can swap it.
Yeah, I can swap it. The main drive is NVMe SSD 1 TB,
Hmm.
right in the motherboard,
Okay.
and other drive I just use them as a backup or like this.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
don't need,
that's pretty cool.
and these are my monitors,
Nice.
and
Is
I
that
used to
is
be
that a
a
mechanical keyboard? Is that a mechanical keyboard or just a regular keyboard?
yeah, all all F70.
Okay, cool.
I think I think you heard of it because it's one of the famous keyboard of United States.
Hmm.
And then, as I said, I'm an IoT developer. That's why I have this thingy, which supply voltages and all. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say my whole room is AI controlled.
Hmm.
That's why I have this in my room. Yeah. We have multiple like MCUs in here,
Hmm.
which run control my room lights from here.
Cool. Nice. So it's all LED lights, or what kind of lights do you have? So you got
All
smart lights, yeah?
lights like LED lights, fans. Yeah.
Okay.
I can also use Google Assistant. I have my own AI named Naira, which is like now outdated. So I'm working on the next project, which name is Geometry X1,
Hmm.
um, with modern architectures and all.
Nice. Yeah, you
And I actually built, yeah,
you're set up. I mean, I like your setup. And then you already incorporated AI into it, voice activated, of course. So, which is pretty cool.
yeah, right. In the project Geometry, I have built in the phase one. I have built one of the like one of the best uh, TTX engine,
Hmm.
which work on low end devices like in my RTX 3060.
Hmm.
Uh, and, I have to see the details. I actually forgot the previous code. Which code editor are you using
Right.
right
Actually,
now in the
today
stream?
I just downloaded it last night, and actually the first time I'm using it today. It's Open Code. Have you heard of it?
Oh, all right. It's not yet. I mean,
Yeah, it's a command
uh,
line. It's a command line coder. It's open code, and I'm using
like
the
Fin-
GLM 4.7. Um, it's a Chinese LLM.
oh, all right. Did you heard of XTTS V2?
XTTS Studio?
V2,
Nope.
not Studio, XTTS. XTTS V2 is one of the best performing text to speech model
Oh, oh,
in
okay.
open
Yeah,
source.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I thought you were talking about code editors.
Uh,
Yes. Yeah. What did you get
the
it? Did you get it on Hugging Face or?
Yeah, from Hugging Face.
Yeah.
So the main issue is it's the model is pretty heavy and it's need too much RAM and GPU power. And when we give more than some tokens,
Mm-hmm.
it's just crashed my system. So what I have done, I have built an engine which divided all the tokens into chunks.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's generate text to voice because I don't want lot of latency during the conversation with my AI. So that's why I have put lot of efforts like 1 month to build this engine,
Oh,
only the voice engine.
nice. I was just talking to Amar about that because Amar is building a smart glasses, right? And we were just talking about
Mm-hmm.
latency. So right now, what's your latency like? How is it? Are we talking about seconds or milliseconds? What's your latency?
Milliseconds.
Yeah, how many?
Uh, Max, like after giving the token inputs, it's take around 100 to. Actually, I have to check. Wait, let me
Okay. Well,
test it
as
out.
long as it's the hundreds, that's pretty good. It's almost
Mhm.
a human interaction like, which is pretty good.
And I have to work on it. Like I have also reduced. I have to reduce the latency of the main model,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because when the user gives the command, it's processed by the main model. Then it will send to the TTX model.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long process, right? So I have to like reduce all the latencies to like 2 milliseconds, part one,
Right.
then it will become 100 milliseconds, adding all the models.
Okay. Okay. I
I
see.
have Fabric on it, I have Llama on it, also DeepSeek APIs,
Mm-hmm.
uh, Grok APIs,
Mm-hmm.
right? And also using what it called, uh, I forgot the name, but it uses vector databases for uh, getting their knowledge to connect the knowledge base.
Okay. To the RAG
Uh,
system, right?
I forgot the name of the project actually. I took a search, but whatever. So it has pretty much everything. You can search the internet. It can
Mm-hmm.
speak by its own. It has its own knowledge base.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to reduce all the latencies so that I get a pretty decent output
Yeah.
after collecting all the points.
So let me ask you, how many parameters? Was it like a 40B model or a 7B? How big is the XTTS? It's like version 2 now, right?
Yeah, it's V2. Like I don't think I have checked the parameters. Wait. For Llama, I am using a parameter of Llama 7B
Okay.
parameters, 7 billion parameters,
Mm-hmm.
but I have no idea of the XTTS V2 because it's not
Right.
written on
No, I don't
their
see. Yeah, I
documentation.
don't see it either. I don't see anything on the document. But it's got a lot of downloads though. It's got 4.7 million downloads.
Right. And
It's pretty
yeah,
popular.
it's one of the best.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
haven't
it's
I
one of
haven't
the
tried
best.
it. I haven't tried it though.
And the good thing is you can use your own voice with it.
To train it.
Like you
Okay.
can give your you
That's,
can not train. You can give your reference voice,
oh,
and then it
voice
will generate
cloning. Voice cloning.
voice clone.
Yeah, okay. So I see
Mm,
24 kilohertz sampling rate. Okay, that's good. And it's got 17 languages.
yeah.
Uh, okay. Well, I can't really test it now because my Mac is I need to upgrade to be able to probably get the Mac Studio M5 with a bunch of RAM,
Mm,
so I can maybe put two together, daisy chain them together so I can run some heavy, 120B, that type of stuff. But right now, if I
mm.
try to run a 7B, it's okay. 4B, it's fine. But if I go to
What
higher than that,
graphics card?
well, it's unified memory because it's a Mac. I'm on Mac, so
Oh,
it's not CUDA.
back. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I hate about Mac, because we can't train models on like their computers or laptops,
Yeah.
because CUDA is one of the best open source like particle driver for graphics cards to train models
Yep.
with full efficiency.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay.
It's just that I guess if I were to build a rig, because I used to build rigs. I used to build computers. Um,
mm,
with water, water cooling, passive cooling, active cooling, all types of stuff. It's like all types of crazy builds with server racks, with liquid cooling and all that type of stuff. And I know I could build a killer one for very cheap, right? Buy the motherboard, buy all the components. But I would probably just run Linux. You know what I mean? I would probably just run Linux. I wouldn't run Windows or any of that crazy stuff.
yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, so this is the input tokens. I mean the text. It's text to speech model. That's why I have called the text here.
Yep.
So basically, this base model first convert it to tokens. Then it uses the whole GPU power. Then it's start after complete generating the whole voice. It give like it streamed the audio, right? But it took too much time. That's why I have like use chunking, so that it's chunk the tokens, generate one by one.
Okay. And
So
then
let me show you. I have
and then
loaded.
that's when it
Yeah, I have,
introduces latency, right?
when I press enter,
Mm-hmm.
it starts processing.
Scan is a cutting-edge tool that will transform the diagnostics of oral health. This innovative project, created by Anupal Shivanath, offers precise and instantaneous insights into dental health by fusing cutting-edge AI technology with a small physical device. Muskan, which is currently in beta testing, has the potential to revolutionize oral care by being accessible, accurate, and convenient.
Nice.
Alright, so it's totally took 1443 milliseconds
Yep.
to generate the first video. But if we if we didn't use chunking, then it will take like 30 seconds to 40 seconds to generate the complete voice. So you will get more idea when I'll show you the graph of my GPU.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So same text. When I hit enter,
Muskan is a
you can
cutting-edge
see
tool
it will go like this.
That's a big
diagnostics
spike.
of
Yeah.
oral
Yeah,
project.
like not spike because I have optimized it.
Dental health by fusing cutting-edge AI technology with a small physical device. Muskan, which is currently in beta testing, has the potential to revolutionize oral care by being accessible, accurate, and convenient.
Same text, but it less latency,
Yep.
as you can see here.
Mm-hmm.
Because, we get fully loaded to the graphics card. So the graph is linear, right? When we just without chunking, this whole process, the graphics card process the whole text,
Mm-hmm.
convert it to the audio. Then after completing, here it starts speaking. But
Got you.
when I chunking, it generate the first chunk of like 30 to 20 tokens. It
Right.
start playing, and in parallel, graphics card process the other chunks, and
Got
like
you.
that it go fluent without any like waiting for too long.
Okay, yeah, because it's
Slowly.
it's almost like caching, where the pre-rendering, and then which is kind of linear, and
Yeah.
then once the speech starts, it doesn't hit any, because it's already pre-rendered, so it doesn't hit the CPU anymore.
Yes.
That's pretty
And
cool.
it only use GPU power, so I don't need to think of my CPU.
Right. So
So yeah.
what's the plan? What's this project for? Is this a project you want to commercialize, or is basically an open source project? What do you want to do with it?
This project, Muskan project, I'm already getting 2 sponsors for it.
Nice.
So I'm thinking of making commercialized. It also like have lot of it get also popularity in India. So I will be starting pilot testing after my board examination
Mhm.
in maybe April or March.
Cool.
After that, by 2027, I'm thinking of commercializing. Sorry, my pronunciation is wrong, but I'm thinking of starting a startup
Nice.
of this project.
Nice. So is it
And
gonna
this
be like
Muskan project
is it gonna be like a SaaS where you want to onboard clients, or is it gonna be a SaaS or a one-off project?
I'm thinking of like making it B2B or B2C both together.
Okay.
Like Muskan project is for oral health diagnosis. It
Mhm.
uses AI to diagnose our oral condition.
Mhm.
So like in B2B, we can sell these devices to, like, it's a IoT device.
Okay. So to
There-
dentists, dental clinics,
Not
or,
clinics, we can in pharmacies we can sell them,
mm,
and people can took their, like, they can get a rough idea what's going on with them,
oh, okay.
and if the issue is not critical, then they can check out to the doctors, and if the issue is like can be fixed in by doing some remedies and all, then they can just save their money. And in B2C, we can directly sell the models to customer.
Cool. So is it gonna be what's the form factor? Is it gonna be like a toothbrush or a probe or a thermometer or something small? What's the form factor?
It have a lot of models actually. Models means versions.
Mm.
Here you can see. In the basic version, it's only cost 50 rupees, where it only get AI diagnosis and manual mode,
Mhm.
but could not support camera, Bluetooth, and other sensors. But in other two, Pro and Ultimate version, we have like a full IoT device, which
Right.
includes cameras,
Nice.
sensors, and all. So they can just buy this thingy, like a small
This
device.
device, right?
This one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pretty good.
No. So it have like a PSC gas sensor which detects oral breath, then a temperature sensor, and a skate camera for 5mm lens camera to
Right,
click
right.
take images. After uploading, it uses CNN models to generate a report.
Nice. And is it gonna detect like cavities and stuff like that, plaque? Will it be able to detect all the things that a dentist could detect?
Right now in beta phase, it's right now in Muskan V2. In version 2, it is able to detect cavity, caries, cracks, and red bait.
Nice.
But I'm now halfway done with version 3, which can detect anything like any oral diseases,
Hmm.
even oral. It can detect oral. It can analyze oral X-rays, not
Okay.
only photo. It can analyze oral X-rays. So this is the dashboard which have full like user base. Like let me show you from the start.
Pretty good. So let me
I'm
ask you:
just using.
are you starting to look into a patent already, or have you filed already, or you're not ready?
Uh, the fun fact is this whole project is open source.
Ah, okay.
Where can I check it?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
You said it's open source. Can I check it?
You can find it on my GitHub, not right now because of I'm launching version 3. Version 1 and version 2 are right now archived and private repos.
Mm,
But you can join the waitlist. When we'll launch the V3, you will get the like GitHub repository link where we have all the models, and also not only the models, you will have the all like website infrastructure code too. You can just manually verify it.
Yeah,
so
good
You
like
can
idea.
just
Yeah, Amar,
yeah.
you should check it
AI.
out because I think that falls into something that could basically you and Hex could collaborate on some stuff as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I've trained a couple of models in this potential space too. Like I trained this model for brain tumor MRI classification. Uh, and then chest
I,
X-ray, pneumonia. There's a disease
um,
classifying things based on your X-ray.
based on
Data.
the X-ray, it can detect uh, cavities basically and other like oral cancers and all. I can't disclose all the stuff, but I can show you the data set which I'm using. I have this is the whole repo of V3, and I'm working on it from like last year. Not last year. It's been 2 years I'm working on this project. It's like I will like what I'll say. I'll publish this repository after launching the V3. You can follow my GitHub account so that you get updated when this repo will get released.
Cool.
What is your GitHub?
I have shared it in the VC chat.
Nice. That's pretty good. So this is 2 years in the making, right? That's
Yeah.
that's pretty good as a dedication. And what about the hardware, the prototype hardware you have right now? Are you developing that as well, or is off-the-shelf components? X.
I'll show you the device right now, but first you can check out all the dataset. I have scraped a lot of images from internet.
Nice. These are all
Like
oral snapshots, right?
yeah, with also I have annotated all the datas. Actually, I have downloaded the data from Kaggle and other open sources source like Hugging Face.
Mm-hmm.
Then I have compiled and like combined all datasets into one dataset,
Nice.
which is in Coco format.
Okay.
Wait, let me show you the device.
Cool. Hex, very, very impressive, man.
Really amazing.
Very impressive, and it's it's a project that could be basically beneficial to people worldwide. It's not just a local. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Everybody needs oral care, and especially in places where people don't have access to to
That's
dental hygiene,
that's
and it could, this is going to be very beneficial. I like that.
so this is the device. It have actually add-ons. These are add-ons actually.
Mm-hmm.
Mess up by that. So this is the first add-on which have a temperature sensor.
Cool.
Then this is the second which have a MQ136 sensor which detect bad breath, actually hydrogen sulfide gas.
Mm.
And this is the main base, I mean the brain of the system. Um, I have custom built PCB inside with
Mm-hmm.
two ZX connectors. Like in future, if anyone want or if we release any other add-ons, people can just buy the add-on and plug it into the main device.
That's smart. So it's
So
it's modular.
yeah, it's modular so that more advanced sensors can be changed after a few years or when technology get updated.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I,
this,
I
this
like
was
that,
themed.
man. I
This
like that. I mean, you guys are doing, beautiful things out there. You, Amar, and a couple of other guys that usually comes on the stream, because you guys are doing amazing
No, like
things. You know what I
Hex is
mean?
actually doing amazing thing. Honestly, Hex, how old are you?
I'm 16. No, sorry, 15.
So you started coding like at 9 or 10, right?
I have started coding in class in third grade actually.
Wow.
Yeah. See,
I
you
also
guys are
get
about the same age. What are you now, Amar? You're 16 now, right?
Hmm.
and I also get sponsored by Intel in the AI India Impact Festival.
Nice.
So
Oh.
like I can use their servers to train my models, but I have another sponsor, Nightling AI,
Mm-hmm.
where I am V3. So hope so V3 is soon ready to get launched. But
Right. But X, make sure they don't steal your project, okay?
yeah, I'm trying to make it more like covering it up because they don't have access to my project. Any of my sponsor don't have access to my project right now. I also change my public repos to private so
Good.
that no one can copy the code directly.
Yep.
But
Smart.
when I'm totally ready to launch the V3 commercially, I'll also open source the code again so that people can build trust on this whole project,
Yeah.
right?
Good.
Uh, I'm making it open source because if I created a company, like if I totally open source the project, developers like us can download it and use it, but people from rural area can access. They don't have knowledge of open sourcing, coding, and stuff, so they
Exactly.
can't able to. Yeah, so I will open source the project for researcher, for developers like us
Yeah.
who want base to start. But I'll also sell this project for whom who genuinely need this for
Mm-hmm.
diagnosis
Yeah.
and do open sourcing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Because
like
anyway, most a lot, what, no, not most, but a lot of open source projects out there, they have a commercial side and they have an open source side. So it's
the most popular.
so it's a good strategy. It's a good plan.
Yeah, I get this idea from N10. They have their whole architecture open source, but also
Yeah.
have commercial side.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, when I said that, I was thinking about N8N because right now I'm running N8N here as well locally on Docker. I'm running
Because
N8. Go ahead.
yeah, some people don't have resources, so they have their commercial site where people run their anything on their cloud.
Yeah.
And people like us who have resources can easily download the open source project.
Yeah,
That's a good.
exactly. And it's pretty easy. Clone the repo, run it in Docker, and then you could do pretty much anything you want to do with it. There's another open source project that I use as well, which is in fact less restrictive than, and then it's called Sim AI. Sim AI is pretty good also. You can use it commercially. There are no restrictions where for N8N there are some restrictions when it comes to using it commercially. And there's another one also. There's a third one that I'm running locally as well. It's called Diffy, or some people call it Diffy, Dify. Agent basically workflow, kind of like N8N, but these are pretty much in the same line, and they're pretty similar, but they don't have as many integrations as N8N. N8N has probably about, I think, 500 or 600 different integrations right now, where these new ones, Sim.ai and Diffy, they probably have about 40 to 100 integrations, so it's not that many. But
Okay.
here's the thing: even though they don't have the built-in integrations, but they have webhook and they have API, so you could connect to anything you want, and they have custom code block. So essentially,
Yeah.
you can connect to anything you want: CRMs,
Mhm.
calendars, chat systems, and stuff like that, through to the API
Okay.
or webhook or custom code block.
Mhm. Yep. Did you heard of LangChain?
Yes, of course. In fact,
Mm.
that's another one that I have as well. I got LangChain running right here as well.
So the thing I have forgetting about my project is LangChain. With all the other models, Fabric and all, I'm also using LangChain for connecting my vector database knowledge base to my project so that it get all my own ideas and thoughts, what I'm thinking, past history and all.
Hmm.
So it like more like it created Jarvis where the model remember my previous history and chats.
Yep,
So
exactly.
that work like my personal assistant.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
what's your
definitely.
thought about
Hmm?
what's your thought about vibe coding?
Say that again. What about vibe coding?
What's your thoughts about
My
vibe
my.
coding?
Are you asking X, or are you asking me?
You
My
and
thoughts. Because remember, vibe coding is a term that was coined by Andre Karpathy, right? 2020, I think August or October 2024. Then it kind of
mm,
took off, right? And that's probably right around the time where I started kind of looking into it, reading about it, learning about Andre and what he does. And then I jumped into vibe coding in 2024, right? And
mm,
my thought about it, it's an exercise in um, it's an exercise to peer into the future, right? For instance,
mm,
when you look at the way things are done, right? There's a
mm,
way that we used to take pride in basically writing every single line of code, formatting everything properly, the indentation, everything was like picture perfect. And people were like, yeah, this is a beautiful code. The indentations are fine, the lines, everything's nice, right? Everything's formatted properly. Uh,
mm,
but it would take you an obscene amount of time to get an MVP out, you know, where
Yeah.
MVPs used to cost, between $5,000 and $15,000 just to put a simple MVP out, because you had to hire a front end developer, and before you hire a front end developer, or any developer for that matter, you had to hire a designer, right? To
yes,
to
100%.
create to go into the wireframing, to create the sketches, then to create to create the flow, right? Whether it's your
Mhm.
if it's a mobile app, right? You got the splash screen. You had
Mhm.
to design that from scratch. Then you have the
Yes.
onboarding. You had the login, the sign up, forget password, da 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 da, this and that, and then you have the whole flow that drops you to either your profile or your dashboard, depending on what you're building, right? And then you gotta basically think about everything for the flow. You still have to. So, all that to answer your question, the reason I'm being long winded, to answer your question is the fact that now we can bypass all this
Yeah.
time and money, but you can vibe code an MVP in basically 30 minutes, even less.
True.
I've vibe coded, an MVP in less than that. But that's all it is.
Mhm.
This is where a lot of people, especially hardcore purists, people who think, well, vibe coding is for lazy coders or people who don't know how to code. Yes, there's a certain level of truth to that. However, you still have to know what you're doing. If you want to go from vibe coding and MVP into to production, you still
Mhm.
have to know what you're doing. Otherwise, you're gonna create a lot of problems for yourself.
That's the when we know what we are doing, then vibe coding is actually pretty helpful.
Absolutely.
We can
Hmm.
production and prototyping in develop stage. Uh, but we have first of all we have to know what we are doing.
Yep.
It's not like sorry, blindly copy pasting code from AIs.
Mm-hmm.
That's 100%.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can, for instance, and I talk about this all the time. You can, for instance, write a simple prompt to say, well, I need you to fix uh, this, whether this div or this element on the landing page, and I want you to do, and then you just use the English language to communicate with the LLM. You could prompt it. It's a 50-50% chance that it's going to do exactly what you asked for. Now, contrast that with, you want to change, for instance, there's a CTA, right? A call to action button on your hero section. Then, so somebody who knows what he's doing and say, all right, cool, on the hero section, I want you to take the CTA and add a 10 pixel margin on the top. I guarantee you it's going to do it right away, one prompt, because you speak the language of, you know what I mean? You give it information that it will understand. But if you tell it, yeah, move it down a little bit, what's a little bit, right? But if you tell it the
Yeah.
CTA, I want margin top 20 pixels, go. One shot,
Mm.
it will do it.
Okay. I like yeah. I it's like I do prefer vibe coding, but sometimes I don't. Like during the Muskan project, I have used multiple AI generated codes for the front end,
Hmm.
like so that I can mostly focus on the backend part and the AI stuff. So in conclusion, we can say vibe coding is not bad, but not so good.
Yeah, it,
We can use it.
you can get
We
lazy.
can.
If, yeah, it can make you super lazy.
That's 100% right. I'm just
Hmm.
checking out your project, Shopify clone, because actually I'm working on one of my clients' website where they want the e-commerce site, and they don't want to pay for Shopify subscription, but I don't want to waste a lot of time making CMS dashboard, CMS content management system, and all.
Right.
So, like, can you suggest me some open source CMS where I can just download and connect to the website so that they can manage the whole e-commerce site?
Hmm.
Is there any open source projects?
Okay.
Why the admin panel is not opening
What's not
in the
opening?
project? The admin panel, localhost 3002.
It's not opening.
It's not opening. Let me check it out. Yeah, it's not opening. Only the localhost 3001 is the 3001 port is working. Only the main site.
Oh, okay.
You have web for front end, admin for dashboard, which is view.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and API for backend. You are using Stack, right?
Say again? You're kind of breaking up. Maybe it's on my end. The connection is getting a little spotty here. Say that again.
I said, are you using Stack on this project?
Am I using what?
Stack, MEI. Stack.
The Mern stack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
React.
using the Mern stack. Are you using? Do you use the Mern stack?
Hmm?
Do you use
Sorry?
Mern stack? Actually, my stack is pretty.
I am actually used to using Stack because React with actually Next.js make things faster.
Mm-hmm.
Also database, as I said, I love to use MongoDB, then Node as a server, Express as a backend. So yeah, you can say I'm a MERN developer,
Mm-hmm.
but
I started
work
I started
multiple
with Mern
frameworks.
too, but I dropped Mern. It was not really for me. Like it was pretty super confusing for me. Like JavaScript in general, I don't really like, dealing with it. I prefer Python or Flask for backend.
Python gives a lot of exposures because we can build websites, mobile apps, iOS apps, all with Python.
Mhm. And
So
most
I think
importantly, it's pretty simple, right? So like,
the syntaxes are. Have you ever tried learning Java?
not pure Java, no, not yet.
I'm telling, Java is literally a headache. Okay, I have installed Android Studio to learn about Java. I download in morning. I download the application. I mean the code ID, and by evening I just deleted everything. Like I get so frustrated, I just
Yeah,
give up. I can't
that
learn
that that is understandable when you don't like
Java.
something.
CSS. It's pretty hard to be honest, but I'm forced to learn C++, and C because in IoT, when we're programming MCUs like Arduino or ESP, we always have to use C++.
Hmm.
The thing where in like Python we can just do print hello world, but in Python we have to in C++ we have to write 4 lines of code to just print hello world.
I'm actually learning
So
C from C
um,
language.
Python syntaxes are literally easy. I mean, so
They're
easy.
and elegant too.
I'm just roaming around the internet to make my English and communication skills better because I have social anxiety, by the way. Right, so that's why I'm just roaming around the
Like
internet. Enjoy.
you mentioned sponsors and all that. Like, how do you get it?
What thing?
Like you mentioned sponsors and Intel and all that. Like,
Uh,
how do you get it?
you can search. There is a program was held called India AI Impact Festival,
Hmm.
where you can just submit your projects, and then in that festival, I get selected for national awards, India top 3, and it was organized by Intel with collaboration of Ministry of Education of India, then other 3 to 4 ministries of India. So with Indian government, Intel is also collaborating. That's why they sponsored the national awardees.
Man, like I wish this stuff was in Pakistan too. Like
In India, we have lots of science competitions going on. So students can participate in that competition. Then, if their project ideas are really good, then they get awards and also get funding.
yeah,
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah, we don't have much things like these in Pakistan, sadly. But like,
I don't. It's not sponsored, but I get supported by Lightning AI. I just write a cold email to them that I am a student, I am doing this project, and I need your help. I just um, write that email little emotional, and after I don't know, the guy is good, the customer care is good, and he said, "Okay, we'll give you some free servers to train your models." Like that, I get one support, and for Intel, I just because I get a national award, that's why they sponsored me.
great.
And in my
You're muted. Oh, I can hear you. If you can hear me, I cannot hear you. And you, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I think Hex he's probably got internet issues. I'm here. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All
I
right,
thought
cool.
like it's my it's probably his. Okay.
Yeah, I see a
Okay.
user may be having trouble connecting. Yeah, I think it was some connection issue.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
nah, like my phone get crashed. I don't know why. My phone get
Okay.
crashed. What I'm talking about? Like we have some competition, so we have to we can participate and we get stuffs.
We sadly don't have it here. Wish we had it. I would. Yeah, I guess pretty good.
You can participate in international science fairs like INSEF, IDs competitions, which are like held internationally. But it will get pretty hard because from all over the world, students compete in that competition. So it's hard to secure a position. But you can try. You can try doing. Are you a high schooler or a college student?
So I'm in high school currently.
Which grade?
10th.
Oh, I am also 10th. Lol.
My
I
board
thought
exams are in 3 months too.
we have boards in like 1 month starting from Feb, and I have my pre-board tomorrow, and I'm
Wow.
not studying. I'm not studying. I'm just doing things which I don't have
How
to.
did you get your setup though? Like your setup is pretty good. How did you get it?
I did freelancing for over 2 years. I collected money, and that's not enough. So I just begged my parents to buy some systems. Like the keyboard I used, I paid for it, the RAMs, then graphics cards and all. but for like monitor and cases and other stuff, my parents just pay the other stuff. Not only freelancing, sorry, I forgot to mention, not only freelancing, I win a lot of competition in India. That's why I have collected a lot of scholarships.
In which city are you from? Just asking city.
Yeah, I'm from Assam. Okay.
Assam. Okay, that sounds like a familiar one.
Yeah, like near Assam share border with Bangladesh, but it's the northeast region is totally on a different side of India. Even there are controversies going around, like northeast is not part of India, but like some people did not consider, but actually we are. And yeah, that's I live in a remote area, so I don't have so much resources, so I have to start from scratch actually.
I mean, you
And
have pretty
COVID.
good resources. I mean,
What?
for
Sorry.
building, like for building, you have a good setup and good resources. I mean, you.
Yeah, like COVID actually helped me because during COVID in India, online classes get started. I get access to my brother's phone. I start learning. I am curious about hacking. That's why I started with hacking. I love like creating new stuff and breaking my toys, and then again reconstructing something new. Like that, I get interested in robotics and IoT. Then I learn about coding, and in coding line, like most of the people start from HTML because it's literally so easy. So I also did start from HTML and all, and I Python. So that's how it
I
began.
started with HTML too and web development overall, and then I moved to AI, ML, and data science and all that. Uh,
Yeah,
when I went to
after
start with
2022,
robotics,
people are literally, yeah, yeah, like, and in from 2021, people are literally shifting from other coding part to like mostly in AI and ML because it's booming right now. So lot of people shift from web development from IoT to
AML was
ML.
actually, like I was pretty passionate about it. Like I wanted to build robots and all that, and like that concept of machine learning and deep learning. This was fascinating to me, to be honest, and that's why I started learning it pretty deeply.
That's true. Like I think you know about Iron Man.
Yeah, Tony Stark. Yeah.
Stark, and they have their own AI named Jarvis and Friday. So I get
Like,
inspired from.
okay. You mentioned Iron Man, and you are here, right? Did you know that like from where did I got this smart glasses idea? I
Where?
I I was watching this movie, Spider-Man: Homecoming, I guess. It was like
Okay, where
3 months ago,
Tony Stark,
and
Tony Stark.
there's glasses, Edith's glasses, and from there I got idea. Hey, what if you build such glasses? Is this possible? And I was like, okay, this is possible, very very possible, and I can build it, and I can sell them. Most pretty importantly, like uh, not just build them. Like initially, I thought that I would just build them for myself, as a project, learning project. But I was like, okay, like if I can sell them, because like I think that they can pretty useful to people like you, to people like NGO too. So that's why I thought, okay, why like I could build smart glasses that help you with coding and provide you that useful product. That's why I thought that like let's commercialize, and yeah, that's from. But essentially, for the smart glasses idea I got from this movie. Marvel movie. Yeah.
Yeah, like people always, like mostly people get inspired from some events. That's true.
Mm.
I have a thing with
Science
maybe
fiction
it
is
will
pretty
help you.
inspiring. Uh, Science fiction. Often people, think that like science fiction is just nonsense and all that. Uh,
Yeah,
but like science fiction is pretty helpful when you are building technologies. NASA engineers they read sci-fi too a lot. Elon Musk, like he thought
yeah,
of multiplanetary species by reading science fiction.
yeah. Like
And mhm, go
that.
ahead, please.
That's true. People get inspired from science fiction because in science fiction we see a lot of cool stuff, actions, and we try to live that same thing. And that's why we start thinking, get curious. How is it even possible? Can we make it? Should I research on it? That's how crazy stuff actually get into life.
Yeah,
I have
absolutely.
shared. I have shared you a project link called Blink Link, which is kinda related to your.
World Cup connection.
Yeah, you can you should definitely check it out. It will maybe help you to build your own smart glasses. Like how should I pronounce that? NDO and huh?
Yeah, and deal.
Hello, NDO.
Yeah, you
Okay.
got it.
What what did you? I mean, what's your profession? I don't think you are a college going student.
No, I could tell you a lot about myself. Yes, I am definitely not a college student. I've been in business for a long time.
Okay.
I've built several startups. I've exited several startups as well. I had also, in fact, the reason I asked you about if you're in Pune because I had a company in Pune at some point. I had a team of developers in Pune where we were developing games. I had a
You talk
game.
about game stuff.
Yeah, I was developing games.
Uh, I
Uh,
remember. I remember you told me.
yeah, but it's just silly little games like 2D games, right? Nothing
Yeah,
crazy.
I
Yeah. And then I had
Also,
another. Say again.
mhm. Go ahead. I'll tell you later.
We did a game for Diwali, for instance.
Okay.
Yeah, it was well, Diwali is about festivities, fireworks and stuff
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that. So the game was basically it was for not even smartphones, for Nokia's and just crazy 2D snake-like games, right? So basically, you could just create your own fireworks show on the phone for Diwali.
Yeah.
So did that. Did a couple of fighting games, but rudimentary, kind of like with sprites and stuff like that. Then I started developing. Then I opened another company in Calcutta.
Okay.
Then I was in Calcutta. Then I had a team in Calcutta. Then it was actually now to do a 3D game. It was a fighting game, a Muay Thai game, a Thai boxing game. So
Oh,
just the the technology was very crude. It wasn't very precise. If it was now, I could have finished that
mm-hmm.
game in basically in a year. But I spent
Yeah.
quite a bit of time because remember, to develop a true 3D game that's true to form. So I had to hire a mocap studio, okay, a motion capture studio where there's 25 different cameras. You wear
Mm-hmm.
the green suit with all the balls and all your joints, and then you extract the movement, right, and then the T pose and all that. So I
Yeah.
ended up losing about about $250,000, $250,000 on the project. Then things
Okay.
things got a little, out of hand, and I decided, okay, let me walk away from that. Then,
Mhm.
but I was always into advertising. So I also had an advertising company, so I focused on that. I got out of the game development because the big companies like
Game.
EA Games, you know what I mean, Legends, those guys, they have billions and billions, right, of budget, and I don't have the budget
True.
to keep going, So I decided to. I still have those files here, actually. I still have all the motion capture file and all that type of stuff. So yeah, so I ended up exit out of that. Then I got into advertising. So I was shooting a lot of commercials stuff for different companies in the States and China,
Hmm.
Europe, and stuff like that. And
What uh like advertisement is your main vision business?
my main area of business, you say?
Like what's your main startup
Uh,
right now?
well, right now, my main startup is basically building, right? So I've built since last year. I've built about 150,
Hmm.
150 projects, and
Okay.
two are about to be acquired. And then
Mm-hmm.
once those are finalized, then I'm gonna spin another one or two, depends what they are, depends what the demand is. And I've got a lot of things lined up with people who are interested because I have solutions for pretty much every single sector you can think of. Whether it's medical, whether it's agriculture, whether it's
Mm.
mechanics, whether it's e-commerce. I've got a solution for it. And then of course now with the leverage of AI, a lot of it is AI assisted to help streamline
Mm-hmm.
certain things, agentic work, that type of stuff. So um, that's pretty much where I am. And I'm an educator as well, so I train different, people from different organizations. There's myself and a partner of mine. We've been doing some closed door webinars, so where we invite some business leaders where they want to know how they can leverage AI to streamline,
That's
their,
pretty
their
good.
their workflow. So that's pretty much it, man.
That's pretty
Mm.
good.
You're in New York right now. Uh,
If I'm in the States,
you're in New York right now, right?
no, I'm not going back to New York anytime soon, especially with what's happening right now. Um, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on, with the political situation. So
Yeah,
um,
I heard of it. Like there was
yeah.
this
Yeah.
terrorist. I don't know. I didn't go deep into it, but there was a terrorist shooting something.
Well, it's more of what's happening now with the current government, with Venezuela, with all that type of stuff. So it's not a good time.
Oh,
It's not a good time to be in America right now. Is remember, uh, I mean, for Amar specifically, when we talked last year, and you were thinking of going to study in America. Remember what I told you? I say do not think about going to America right now. Plus, even if you wanted to, it's almost impossible to get a visa, even a student visa. It'll be pretty much impossible for you to go there. And once you get there, it's going to be another problem for you because you know there's a level of xenophobia going on. Not to get into too much political talk and stuff like that, but whatever you're doing right now, do it where you are. Find the resources, like X is doing. He writes them emails and he finds now he gets free compute. He gets sponsors. Grind where you are,
Yeah.
make it happen. So that's one of the reasons why I wouldn't recommend. Maybe when the next government come into office, things might change, but it's going to take a while for things to go back to the way they used to be, where you'd be able to get a student visa and go, and after you get your uh, you get your H-1B visa to work. Those days are over, my friend.
hmm. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't have any options besides America to build what I want to build.
No, you do. There's Europe. There's Australia. There's
Come
China.
on, bro. Like, there's, yeah, China. Okay, China is a good one, but like, according to my research and all that, I think that, to be honest with you, I'm pretty ambiguous about this stuff. Like I don't have any confirmed thing, but I think America is the best option. Uh, China is a good option, but I don't know much about that stuff. America is pretty, like in front of eyes for me. Uh, so like I'm, like more aware of that.
Yeah, but
Uh,
do your research, Amar. I mean, don't go
yeah,
on.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
don't go on feeling or what you think, because the data, I mean, you deal with data. The data never
Yeah,
lies. Just deal with the data. Look at your
You're,
options.
you're right. Actually, yeah, I mean, we have to, like take some of these things into considerations. You're right. But here's the thing is that, for example, if I want to visit Starbase, that site pretty fascinates me.
Mm.
I want to go to US for these purposes too. You know, building stuff is the main to build. Build stuff that is beneficial for people. For that aim, I think that America and China, they are the best candidates. Uh, yeah,
Yeah,
you know, uh,
but listen to me. Yes,
listen.
I understand your perception, right? America, and then you say China, but I can tell you right now, at least for the next 3 years, right? Scratch America off your list. It's not gonna happen.
Actually, 3 years you mentioned, right? I'm going to college after 3 years, so I guess I have some time.
Yeah, even that is gonna take some time for things to go back, because remember now there's a list of countries who they're not allowing into America. There's a list of students they're not allowing into America. In fact, they're kicking people out. Okay,
Uh, you know, yeah, like Pakistani government and US government have some quite good, relations with each
no,
other.
no,
I can send you.
nope, wrong. They don't have a good relationship. America,
Let me send you this.
nah,
Let me send you this. Wait.
yeah. No, listen to me. Okay, I have it on good authority. You can say what you want, but no, America.
In fact, like, there's a thing. There's this thing called ISPR in Pakistan, Inter-Service Public Relation. It's a military, thing, and it literally uploaded a video today, 14 hours ago, with Pakistan US joint military exercise and
Military,
CTC
but
and
you're
all
not
that.
military, my guy. You're not military. Joint
And,
military exercise is a
and
different thing, right?
like that proves that okay, there is some sort of
No, it
coordination
doesn't
between.
prove anything. Just like they have good relationships with on paper, right? They have good relationships with who I could say, for instance, Denmark, right? They have good relationships with Denmark. What's happening right now? Now he's threatening to annex Greenland. Greenland belongs to Denmark. So now he's saying,
Oh,
I'm gonna take Greenland whether you like it or not. At first he said, we want to buy it from you. Denmark says, no, it's not for sale. Then they say, well, then, because, just watch the news. Then he says, you know what? We don't care. Whatever, by force or whether you relinquish it, we're gonna take Greenland. We want Greenland. Okay, so
America is
uh,
causing World War
you,
III.
your view of what the political situation is, I think, you may not be informed enough to know these things. But remember, hindsight is 2020. So remember this conversation we're having today. Okay, remember this conversation we're having today. When I tell you, okay, that for you now to think about going to the States and probably in the next 10 years, it's going to be increasingly more difficult for you, which is why I'm telling you, look at your options. Okay, there are other options. The US is not the only place where you could thrive. Yes, it's one of the top, okay, but right now I can tell you, even though they're doing sort of like military exercises with Pakistan, that doesn't mean shit in the civilian world. And you know why they don't want to piss off Pakistan?
Well, y- do you watch this stuff though? Like, I can share, but I wanna share.
You didn't answer my question though. Do you know why they're playing nice with Pakistan?
Why?
What does Pakistan have that let's say Denmark doesn't have or Venezuela doesn't have?
Oh, okay. So like,
Nuclear
they have,
capability. Nuclear.
oh yeah, nuclear bombs. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So when I tell you, let me whisper this for you. When I tell you these things, it's because I know what I'm talking about. Whenever
Oh,
America is powerful with weak countries, you understand?
yeah.
Why do you think they don't bother Pakistan? Why do you think they don't bother North Korea? Why do you think they don't bother China or Russia?
Nuclear.
Yes, they all have the red button. Okay.
Yeah.
If Venezuela
Finding.
if Venezuela had the red button, you think they would dare go in to to kidnap their president? It would never happen.
Absolutely not.
And why do you think they don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons?
Because they think that uh, if Iran gets nuclear weapon and Israel thinks this too, like America or Israel specifically could have existential
Exactly.
threat.
Exactly. So when you say,
Um,
yeah, they're friends with Pakistan, they're not friends with Pakistan. They're afraid of Pakistan. Of course, they have to play nice because if they don't play nice, do you ever hear anything? Even though there are human rights violations in Pakistan, you'll never hear them talk about it. Even though there are human rights violations in freaking Russia, they're not gonna go to Russia and try to kidnap Putin. It's never gonna happen. They can't fly into Pyongyang, North Korea, and snatch Kim Jong Un. It's never gonna happen. See, I said I wasn't gonna talk about politics, that geopolitics. Now you got me talking about it. But also remember, these are sensitive information out there that yes, you can there's article, there's Google, there's a bunch of stuff you can, but the real stuff that's happening behind closed doors, you won't find it on Google, you won't find it on ChatGPT. Okay, trust me on this. Whenever these things are discussed in public, this is the surface, this is surface level. The real stuff that's happening, okay, with governments, intergovernmental, the CIA, okay, and all that, all covert operations. You're not gonna find that stuff. So uh, when you hear, yeah, they're posting exercise videos, yeah, it doesn't mean shit. It just means they're scared.
no, like there was just an example.
Yeah.
Like let me, like Pakistani Prime Minister and the most powerful man in Pakistan, they met with Trump like 2 months ago, and like the Pakistani guys tried to had to even offer them to open a port in Balochistan in Pakistan, which US shows some interest, and the investments and contracts are still ongoing. And
Mm,
like also in today's, okay, let me tell you this. In today's, literally, like in today's meeting, Trump literally again, like he always have this like audacity to always bring this India Pakistan like credit, taking credit for himself. uh he he says that he wants Nobel Peace Prize. Like he has this 8 planes shot down of India by Pakistan, all this stuff. He even mentioned this today. He
yeah. Don't
um,
don't even listen to anything that guy says. Okay, everything he says,
mhm,
there has to be something in it for him. Don't think because he says he wants to come to Pakistan and invest whatever ports and stuff. It's all bullshit. It's always going to be him, and him first. Nothing is going to benefit Pakistan. Any deal you're going to make, there's no, in the history of the world, okay? In the history of the modern world, let's say, because America is not that old. America is only 250 years old, okay? As a republic.
mhm.
How old is Pakistan? How old is India? Let's say India as a whole. When India and Pakistan and in Bangladesh when everything was the same. You know, it was the same people, the same country. America wasn't even founded yet. So let me tell you something, right? When in the 250-year uh, of the inception of the Republic of America as we know it, there's never been a deal that was made with any other foreign nation that benefited that nation. It always benefited America. That's why America, that's why everybody you talk about, when you talk about money, what do you talk about? First thing, dollars, okay? USD, dollars. See,
Yeah.
they made sure that the American dollar was the currency of the world. That way, when you use the dollar, they can cut you off. They can put sanctions on you, like Cuba, okay, like Venezuela, and a
Mm,
lot of other places,
mm,
because you use their money. So imagine you're in Pakistan, and then if you want to buy something on Amazon, you got to convert your money into dollars, where you lose because of the currency exchange. Then you got to pay taxes on it. Then you're gonna buy it. When you import it back into your country, you got to pay import on it again. You got to pay excise tax. So it's a racket. So a lot of that money, for instance, if you use your credit card, right, to purchase on Amazon, what do you think happened? Three to five
Guys,
percent
guys,
or 7% goes to Mastercard and Visa, which again are American companies, where that money they take from you, some of the that 5%, a portion of it goes to the government also. You see that? So either
mm,
way, you're being screwed at every turn. Nothing benefits. And then what happened to Russia when they put sanctions on Russia? They seized billions and billions of dollars. They have gold in the Federal Reserve in America, Russian gold. They seized everything. They cut them off SWIFT. SWIFT is the banking system. So whenever you're using any American system, they could put sanction on you. Therefore, they freeze you out. And the reason they kidnapped Maduro, it's because again they had sanction on him. They wanted to starve the population to death when they saw it wasn't happening, because now they were selling actually uh, uh, they were selling their oil to China and
mm.
India. Even India was buying from Venezuela. India says, "Hey," because even
And you
Trump,
know,
even
these,
Trump asked Modi. He was
yeah.
like, "Hey, why are you buying Venezuela oil?" He said, "Well, Venezuela oil is cheaper. If you can sell me cheaper, I'll buy from you. But why would I pay more to you when I can pay less to Venezuela and it's the same oil?" She was like, "If you can sell me
Mm,
cheaper, I'm not gonna bust my economy just because you say so. Who the fuck is you? Pardon my French. Pardon my my French. But who are you? Why are you telling me how to run my business?" So you see,
exactly.
when you see these good gestures, well, the prime minister, whoever, well, Trump says, don't believe a word he says. Trust me, I'm getting heated right now
So
because
okay.
I know this dude. I know the dude. Okay.
No, I know you. I know you. You've been saying this a lot. You know what? What? Like the things you are mentioning. These things are exactly what makes me concerned about going into America. To be honest with
Well,
you,
yeah, that's why I'm telling you.
like
That's why I'm telling you, Amar. I'm not telling you
like
because I
this.
want to
There was
tell
a
you.
thing, Palantir.
Say again.
Palantir.
I lo-
This company. Have you heard of them? Heard of it?
which company?
Palantir.
I lost you for a second. Which company?
Uh, Palan. It was co-founded by Peter Thiel, if you know it.
Which company? Are you talking about Palantir?
Palantir Technology, which was like government and military and CIA and all that
Yeah, of course I know
related to that
Palantir.
stuff.
Yeah. What about them?
I read today in an article that they are ready to uh, create a database about their citizens, which will the conclusion was that that database will uh, seize the privacy of their own citizens or something like that. And that Palantir is doing that with the CIA. That was something I heard, and I was like, okay, this doesn't seem quite good for the future. And In terms of technology, uh, if you heard Congress, right? U.S. Congress speaking to the CEOs of open, AI companies, for example, Sam Altman, they would ask this one question: how do we make America win? So like, like the question should be asked was, okay, is America providing enough useful technologies for the benefit of humanity? That should be the question. Not America is winning in the race and China is winning in the race. That shouldn't be the question. These things also, like made me concerned about where am I going to, like if I go to America and build the stuff that I'm talking about, like these things are do really concern me. If you want me to be very very honest with you, uh, like uh, if you heard senators of America speaking, the only question they would ask is, okay, is America winning in the AI race? Yes or no? And if the answer is no, how can we make America win in the AI race? So this is this agreed for dominance on the world that Trump and his administration and the senators of America and the Congress has to dominate the world. Uh, they don't think about humans. They don't think about citizens. They don't think about innocent people. How can they improve their lives? They think about how can their power increase in the world. You know what I mean? These things are do really concern me about going to America, and we of course do research about it. But I'm pretty sure that, and I mean, of course, you are pretty sure too that the amount of opportunities and resources I get in Pakistan, in America, those will be 100 times better, and you know this. So, uh, and again, research and being updated of the stuff is pretty important. Uh, and I will surely, as like you said, that I do listen and to think about your advices, and whatever you said is was true. Absolutely, I don't disagree with that, and I'm surely going to do some deep research into this topic. And
Yep.
just the points I told you were pretty concerning that I just told you earlier about the Senate and Trump and all, AI race and all that. These things do concern me. For example, if I build an AI company and the United States Senator asks me, "Hey, is America winning?" My straightforward answer would be, "Hey, I'm doing this for humanity. I'm not doing this for America, okay?" And they will be like, "Okay, then get out of here." And I would be
Yeah.
like, "Okay,
Yeah.
then I will go to China and build, and then you are gonna lose anyways." Uh,
Yeah,
but that's not
but
going to
that's
happen.
also that would be the good outcome, right? If you look at it
Yeah,
from a different angle, they will not even give you a choice. You would just you would just get into an accident, and that's it. You're done with. So
yeah.
let's get back to what you said a few minutes ago about Palantir.
Mhm.
I guess you're under the impression is something that they're planning to do. It's not something that they're planning to do, my friend. Palantir, I can't remember the name of the software exactly right now. In a lot of not every city in America, but some of the major cities like New York, L.A., Chicago, Miami, all the hotspots now. I think they're in Minnesota as well because of the whole thing that's happening with the with a certain group of people that they think is defrauding the government. That software is already outfitted into the police force computers, onboard computers, where that software, Palantir software, will allow the the police officers to have real-time data streamed to them about anybody. Okay, anybody that they want to investigate. For instance, let's say ICE, right?
And
ICE
yeah,
wants
and there are
to.
innocent people.
Hmm?
Like I saw this clip when when the police, the American police, and pretty, like fit with weapons and all that, going into people's house, innocent people's house, and investigating and disturbing them.
Yeah,
So
but
this is
that's
what made
yeah,
things worse.
that's one thing. Okay. That's physical. Once they have a warrant, they do they do a lot of things that, within the legal bounds, but they do a lot of illegal things as well. But that software that the cops have in their cars, now they can literally punch your name, and then they can literally have access to your footprint. They could have access to your phone calls, your call log, your
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 credit
your
card
chat.
transaction.
They can track you, okay, through the CCTV system, right? They could track your movement with facial recognition software. They can say, all right, at 10 o'clock he was at this gas station. Then he went to the convenience store. Then he went to that restaurant. They can follow you from camera to camera to camera, okay? Then now you know what they're working on next. I shouldn't even be telling you this. Uh, they're working on. I don't know if you saw Enemy of the State or what was that other movie. There was another movie that it's like predictive analysis, right? Predictive analysis is basically once they look at your record. Let's say this kind of stuff happens in America a lot. Let's say at 15, right? You got caught for shoplifting, and they had to call your parents to come get you from the police station or from the shop, whatever. Then they take you home. Then you get expelled from school because you got into a fight because you had a knife. Then at 17, you get into a fight. You blinded somebody, right? All that's on your file, right? Even though as a juvenile, that's on your file. Let's say at 18, you get caught for breaking and entering or armed robbery, whatever, right? So that's on your record. So the minute you're 18 now, you're an adult. That means now whatever you do, you can go to jail for it, okay? So now the predictive analysis can collect all this data from your first fight when you were 15, 14 or 15, all the way to the present time. The algorithm would look at your pattern of behavior. Okay, he got into a fight, he got expelled from school, he had a knife, he almost blinded somebody, he got caught breaking and entering, he stole a car, he stole a candy bar from a shop. So now the algorithm will sort of like create a profile for you, and it can say, you know what, if he's going that way, in 5 years, he might rob a bank. So there's a flag on your name. So now they can actually follow you because now they have a preemptive analysis of what you might do 5 years from now. Do you see what I'm saying?
Uh, yeah, absolutely. That's pretty concerning. I would say, because like above all, a nation's aim should be to benefit humanity, right? In any case, benefit humanity. Do good for your own citizens if you're not doing good any for other citizens, other countries. Do at least good for your own citizens.
Yeah, that's not America. Though America
And
isn't built like that.
yeah, so like that's what I'm saying, right? That is something which should be done, right? But it is not being done. That is what concerns me and you and everyone,
Yes, of
everyone
course.
who is normal people.
Of course, because remember, America is built on the principle of, capitalism. And, I'm putting that in quotes, right? Capitalism. That means money, business first, people second. Although a nation's best asset should be the people, because without the people, you don't have uh, um, you don't
Nothing.
have a nation. You have nothing without people. Who do you have? You're just gonna have a government.
Mm.
Who's the right? Who's
Who's paying taxes?
Yeah, exactly. Who's the government? Who are you gonna govern if you don't have a population? You see, but remember, in America, even as we speak, healthcare is abysmal. You got to pay for your own healthcare. America has enough money to take care of everybody, to eradicate poverty, but America would rather spend most of its money, into the defense system, the military. Find new
Exactly.
ways to
Yeah.
kill people rather than finding new ways to make humanity better. They always try to find a way to kill people more efficiently. And especially the guy in the White House right now is very proud of that. So, oh, we have weapons you've never seen before. We can do crazy things to you. So, if there's no money in it, it doesn't count in America. So, humanity, you want to build something to benefit humanity, you'll get laughed at. They'll laugh at you. You say, what do you, humanity? How much money do we need in that? That's why, cancer could have been cured long ago. But if you cure cancer, how are they going to make money out of it? If you cure diabetes, how are they going to make money out of it? If you cure any kind of illness that doesn't benefit them, how are you going to make money out of it? There's no money in it.
Money is everything,
Yeah.
America was, built on this principle of capitalism, so they did everything for it. Still, people in America have a very, very good quality of life as compared to at least Pakistan, to be honest with you.
No, I wouldn't allow. No, I wouldn't allow you to say that because have you lived in
No,
America? Have you
that is something everyone agrees on. Come on, bro.
have you lived
I
in
mean,
America? Have you lived? Have you even been to America? No.
no, but have you been to Pakistan?
Well, I've been to America. So when you compare America to Pakistan, because you've never been, you can. But that's why I'm not the one saying something derogatory or something to equate to put America against Pakistan to see what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying one is better than the other, but I'm saying don't say people in America are better than people in Pakistan because you don't know. You only know Pakistan. You only know America through social media, through TV, through the internet. You don't know America because you've never been there, you never lived there. The same way, I'm not going to say, well, people in America are better than people in Pakistan. I don't know because I've never been to Pakistan. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying one or the other. I'm not saying do not take that position because it is not complete. You're only seeing one side of the coin. If you were to live in America for 10, 15 years, then you can compare. Then you can tell me what you're telling me right now. But right now, you don't have a leg to stand on by telling me people in America has better because you haven't experienced America yet, my friend. If you get a chance to experience it, then we can talk. Otherwise,
I haven't been to America yet. In fact, I might actually go to America like next year, like exactly a year from now, maybe, or 13, 14, 15 months. Visit to America for program purposes. The point is that I don't know, man, to be honest. You are telling me don't go to America, or you are telling me that America is not a good option. So what do you think is a good option?
I already told you. There's many other options. There's China. There's a lot of different countries in Europe who are now actually offering opportunities for people to go research and study. And even there's next door to America, which I wouldn't even recommend, is Canada also. But it's super cold, and then apparently the government is pretty much going crazy as well. So I wouldn't even recommend that. But in terms of advancement in the field you want to go into, if you want to stay cutting edge, I would say at this point I would say China is probably the number one bet right now. As much as everybody's shitting on China, China would be the best solution right now.
I will ultimately finalize this after like 2028 when I'm applying to colleges or universities, so that I know whether I have to apply to China or US. But I still think that America would be a better option. I don't know about the future again. Like future maybe that the world doesn't exist. America is going pretty crazy right now. World War III doesn't seem impossible for now, but the thing is that I would. So here's the deal. You said that okay, I haven't seen America and I cannot say something that they are this and they are that. You are right, but the point is that when I see America, when I see cities like Miami, it like really does. And not even cities, forget about America or cities, but the only goal, in fact, is to build. Okay, let me ask you this.
Hmm.
Uh, no, actually, forget about this. This is a dumb question. The, uh, b- like SpaceX, Tesla, Google, Microsoft,
Hmm.
Apple, these all exist in America. And so this is why if I want to build something, I would really, really prefer America for now. Again, we don't know about the future, right? America is going pretty crazy, so we don't know how they end up in long term in maybe 3 to 4 years where they stand. We'll never know. That this decision will be finalized after like 3 years when I start applying, or 2.5 years. Uh, the thing is that I still think that if I go to America, I will have a in the long term. I don't know about, again, how I'm repeating this again and again. In the long term, I don't know, because like the current government is pretty mad. Uh, Maybe like after 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, I will have better government who's supporting, who is who wants benefit for people, not just for themselves, not for just for their own greed, but for people. Uh, if that is the case in the long term, America would be the best option. If that
Yeah,
is not the case, then we have to rethink all of this stuff.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's listen. Um, there's such a thing as foresight and also lived experience, which not to disparage your naivete or your youth, all right? Not to disparage that, uh, but there are certain, again, what we were talking about earlier, predictive, uh, analysis. But there's also history. Okay, there's also back history. There's also a way that you see things happen, and you can kind of say, well, if this happened in the past, chances are it's going to happen again. You can kind of, well, it rained last year in April. Chances are, if you plan properly, you can. Oh, okay, so it rained last April. It rained the April before that, and the April before that, and the April before that. So now you can kind of have an idea. Oh, all right, and that's how people gather gather data. Back in the day, for instance, subsistence farming, where people had to amass data before they had satellite, imagery, before they had all these sophisticated machines to predict certain things. They had to know, well, okay, so every April it rains, so this is where we're supposed to plant before that, so the rain can come and then help our crop to grow. So in the same vein, when you see certain things happen in certain nations, you can kind of predict, well, if this happened, that happened, but you could pretty much say, well, what's going to happen next? Chances are the same thing's going to happen again. So the reason I say all this is because when you understand how uh, capitalism work, right, you start to see patterns where, for instance, you say, well, uh, in America, there's Google, there's Apple, there's Amazon, there's X, there's all these huge companies that do things, right? That do amazing things, and those companies could have been formed anywhere if the system was fair. That means the world system. If it was fair, okay, they could have been built anywhere. That's because the system was centralized to a point where most VCs, right? most people who want to invest massive capital into any sort of venture, whether it's real estate, whether it's tech, they're all in America. Why? Because the system was built that way. But before that, where do you think the system was? The system was in Britain. It was in the United Kingdom, where it wasn't tech, it wasn't all these super companies, right? Like the Super Five. They were predominantly in commodities, right? That's how the British they colonize a lot of African countries. They colonize India. They colonize a lot of countries in the Caribbean. Colonize a lot of countries all over the place. So, and I don't know if you know this. Do you know how many countries Britain colonized throughout its history? Do you have an idea?
Not exactly,
900 plus,
but I know.
almost 1,000 countries that
What?
Britain colonized, and it's when Britain was huge. That means they were in the production of cotton, sugar,
So, did you say 1,000?
about 1,000, yeah,
What the hell?
yeah,
You say 1,000 countries?
yeah.
What the hell? 1,000 countries
Yeah.
don't even exist.
No, they do, because if you look at the numbers, what we recognize as countries today, it's not the same, because some countries have been reconsolidated. They were basically what they call protectorates, right? They say, well, the East Indian Company, that's what it used to be called. So they could have, for instance, a small part of, for instance, Guyana, who now they're divided in two different countries. There's French Guyana and there's English Guyana. English Guyana used to belong to Britain. French Guyana used to belong to France. It was one country, but because now these guys were fighting over it, they separated it in two. So when now, in the geographical sense of today, there are not a thousand countries in the world, but the way they had divided it before, in countries that we consolidated, or that don't even exist anymore. For instance, Rhodesia doesn't even exist anymore. Uh, a lot of other countries were consolidated, so they had more territories. Think of it this way: they owned land overseas, and 900 or 1,000. In fact, let me look at the number real quick. So
It's I looked it up. It's 90 to 94 present day countries.
994, right? Yeah, there you go. So almost a thousand, almost.
92, 94.
Mhm.
No, 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 not 994. 90 to 94.
No, there was more than that.
You can check it out. I'm on Google.
Colonized.
It's actually pretty interesting. I'm gonna read a book about history, and all this. I read about Columbus. How he discovered America from Europe. That was pretty interesting. I'm gonna read this in detail
Yeah, of course.
in the book that I'm gonna get.
Yeah, because also remember, Columbus was who petitioned him to go and sail the world and find different riches. There was the Queen of Spain, right?
Oh,
And
not sure about that.
and then this, well, yeah, you can Google it. You see, it was the Queen of Spain who commissioned him to go find. He had how many ships? He had the Pinta, the Nina, and the Santa Maria, and then I think there was another ship. So these guys, they to build the empire, because remember, Spain was a huge power as well before Britain. Spain was a superpower, and then it was
So
Britain.
like I read about like this Spain, two three people from Spain, they got into Mexico to invade and all that happened. You ever know about that stuff? I actually read about this in the book Sapiens by Yuval Noah Harari. Do you know about this incident?
Say what now? Say again.
So there's this two, three people, I mean not two, three, a lot more. Spanish people, they went to Mexico, I guess. That was Mexico, yes, I guess, to invade it and they met to king the Mexican people or other people in present day Mexico. They saw gold armors for the first time that the Spanish people had. I read about this incident randomly, like in the book. Just asking you about, okay, whether you're familiar with that.
Well, yeah, of
That
course.
sounded pretty.
Yeah, of course, because that's why you see, for instance, places you would never think were colonized by the Spaniards, by the Spanish. You wouldn't think, okay, for instance, the Philippines, right? And that's why a lot of Filipinos have, name like Jose or Cortez, or they still have remnants of Spanish last names in a lot of countries in the Caribbean and South America. For instance, Venezuela, it was a Spanish colony, right? Argentina, of course. Then Argentina was basically, I think, the German took over, and to this day, there's still a lot of Germans in Argentina, and a lot of the most of the countries except Brazil, that was a Portuguese colony. Everything else was pretty much Spanish. And then you had on the like Central America, for instance, Central America, but also the Caribbean. You had places like uh, the Dominican Republic. Okay, that was Spanish. And what did they do? They killed most of the indigenous people. They were called the Tainos. Those people were slaughtered. First of all, before they were slaughtered, because they didn't have immunity to diseases that were from Europe, so they caught,
Yeah, that was one of the comments I remember. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. The
exactly.
writer talked about it, that you will know already. He talked about it, that like they brought some. There was this exact disease. Like, I can look it out, I guess.
Yeah,
The exact
smallpox.
disease.
They caught
Yeah,
smallpox.
smallpox. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It was
any
that.
of those
Yeah.
diseases, they didn't exist for those people,
Yeah.
and then when they tried to enslave them, they rebelled. Of course, there was a massacre. Then that's when they brought slaves from Africa to work the plantations on these things. And then when the Spanish Empire crumbled, right? When the Spanish Empire crumbled, that's when then you had Britain. Okay, and it wasn't even called, it wasn't the British Empire at the time. It was called the East Indian Company. And the East Indian Company was a company that basically sought out when, famine, everybody was basically going hungry in Europe. Everybody was eating potato soup and stuff. So they sought out, spice in India, tea in China, sugar in the Caribbean, in Africa, gold, riches, minerals, bauxite, all these rare earth minerals. That's what they did. And if you can Google the Berlin Conference, then, because Europeans were always fighting with each other. Basically, Europeans are the warmongers, right? So there was always fighting between them. So
Mm.
when they got tired of killing each other and they wanted to explore other, then they decided, okay, let's go to Africa, but we're not gonna go fight in Africa. We'll divide. I'll get this part, you get this piece. Then they divided and then come on, there were people living in Africa already, but they said, well, yeah, all right, you guys get out. Now it's our land. South Africa, same thing. Tanzania, same thing.
Yeah.
Everywhere. So that's why. So in order for them not to fight with each other anymore, they decided, okay, we're gonna take this part, you take this part. Therefore, we're not gonna fight for anything. Belgium, and then let me tell you something, right? Look at Europe. Europe. Most of the countries who colonized other nations, not just in Africa, but in South America, in Central America, the Caribbean, India. They even colonized, of course, they didn't colonize China. They invaded China at some point, and then they almost killed, they killed millions of people through the opium look at the opium scandal in China. You'll see what I'm saying. So when they basically um, decided, okay, we're not gonna fight each other anymore. We're gonna carve out other places. That's how they started getting rich. So if you look at Europe right now, okay, most countries who are wealthy, those are the countries who colonize other nations. Most countries who basically did not participate in the colonization of the rest of the world, they're all poor. Look at the Eastern Bloc. No Eastern European country participated in colonization. Look at Latvia. Look at Estonia. Look at all these places. Dirt poor. Look at all the countries who colonize people.
Yeah.
Belgium, France, the Great Britain, Spain, Portugal. Okay. Who else am I missing? Italy a little bit, but Italy they just had I think two. They had Eritrea and they had some part Malindi somewhere in Kenya. Very small protectorates. Okay.
Also, okay, you are talking about Europe a lot. Like today I was reading about this Viktor Frankl. He published a book, uh, A Man's Search for Meaning. So that, like Viktor Frankl himself was, like he was a German, he was a Jew, was a prisoner in the camps of Nazi. Do you know about that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah,
you
of
do
course.
know.
Hmm.
At the concentration camps, like he's talking about his experience on them, on those camps. I was horrified, like the amount of, that Nazis did on these people, gas chambers, all that. That is pretty horrifying for me.
Well,
Uh,
the human race can do some pretty despicable things. The human race has the capacity to do amazing things, but we also have the capacity to do awful things to other human beings. And
mm,
we got to keep that conversation for another day, for offline maybe, because a lot of it can get flagged by YouTube and other
to be
things. So,
honest, I just wanted to delete this this stream.
well, uh, deleting it is not an issue, but it's just so far we haven't really said anything that disparages anybody. We haven't said anything that's defamatory. We haven't said anything that
Sure.
that could trigger certain algorithms. But at the end of the day, um, what I'd say to you, I'm glad you having this. We're having this conversation. It'll give you a perspective into what what's possible, what is to come, and also I hope you keep your memory intact. Where probably 5 to 10 years down the line, even if we lost contact, okay, 5 to 10 years down the line, you'll remember some of this stuff that I'm telling you. That
Mm,
uh, that things are not always what they seem, okay, and also once you gain more uh, lived experience, more world experience, you will understand how certain things are not what they seem, and also to keep an open mind, to watch your back when it comes to certain people. I'm not going to go into details why, but when it comes to certain people in the world, watch, observe, and learn, and see how certain people move systematically, and how some other people move in a way that's more in line with what you were saying a few minutes ago. What you were saying is, yeah, you want to do things to help humanity. uh, there's a famous guy that we both know that tried that, and he died poor. Nikola Tesla.
yeah, who could
Okay.
that guy? That guy's story just, you know, damages my my heart when somebody mentioned it. I mean, that's he's always in my heart, obviously, but
Yeah.
like when somebody mentioned it, I'm crying, bro. Like
And
travel up.
where are all his patents? Remember when he died? Okay, they raided his
Yeah,
place.
the U.S. government, or the CIA specifically, gone to his room, seized all his, documents and papers, his patents, all that.
Yep.
That was, that was inhuman,
Yeah, I
right?
mean
Bro, like,
it's diabolical. You know why? Because they call him a communist. His inventions should be commercialized, and of course that's why. First of all, America doesn't know how to play fair in anything. America doesn't like to, and they don't like to lose. And then now you see, for instance, uh, the China situation. Uh,
mm,
First, it was okay. We're not going to sell any uh, H1000 chips, the Nvidia chips, to China. And China
yeah,
says, "All right, cool, no problem. We'll do it with what we have." And then they said, "You know what?" Jensen Huang says, "Well, that's a huge percentage of our market. So we're losing money. So what do we do?" So then the government says, "All right, cool. So you can sell them the cheaper uh, GPUs, right? Sell them the cheaper ones." China says, "All right, you know what? We'll take it. That's what you want to sell us. We'll take it." So China started buying. I think it's the H4000s or whatever, the lower spec, right? And these are the chips that China used to build DeepSeek and all these other great LLMs, right? And for way less money and for less GPU power. Then when they realize that, I think they cut it down again. They say, "You know what? We're not going to sell you chips anymore." China says, "All right, cool, no problem." Meanwhile, China is developing their own chip. China already developed their own chip. It's not to the level of Nvidia yet, but in 2-3 years, I guarantee you, it's gonna beat, or at least be at the same level as Nvidia. Because now they can't use CUDA, so they're developing their own infrastructure. So now the main problem is because pretty much every software for GPU rendering, everything's based on CUDA. So for software developers to now have a different fork, one for CUDA and one for, I can't remember what it's called, for the Chinese CUDA version, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of investment as well. So which is why now they're developing their own ecosystem, which is why they're ditching Microsoft. And to all government agencies, and they're not even using Microsoft anymore. They're using their own operating system. They're using their own infrastructure. So now also Huawei, when they say, "You know what, we're not gonna deal with Huawei anymore. We're not gonna allow them into the Google ecosystem. We're not gonna buy their 5G modem. We're not gonna do this. We're not gonna." What does Huawei did? They developed for China. Now they're huge. There's Xiaomi also. Now they're building smart cars, electric cars that cost basically 40 something thousand dollars, where the same car would at least be $85,000 in America, the base model. So they're flooding the market in Europe, in Russia, and now they're getting into Africa. So you see, because America pushed them to the brink, and they say, "You know what? We don't need you guys. We have 1.4 billion people. You only 300 million people, 330. So we have enough market that we don't need you guys. So we're gonna develop our own system." So when they can't compete, they try to block you. It's play dirty all over again. Play dirty games, not really seeing the bigger picture. If America, China, and Russia were to collaborate, you know how much more advanced we would be. There'd be no hunger, there'd be no wars, there'd be no disease. But there's no money in that. You gotta have wars, you gotta have problems for these politicians to function. If everything's peaceful and quiet and beautiful, they can't function. So for that reason, you'll never see a situation where America will be like, "Oh, that's a great idea. Let's save humanity." It's not about humanity. America's not going to do anything for anybody, for either Pakistan or any country in Latin America or Africa, and say, you know what? Here's $1 billion, and then go use it. No, they want something in return, and then they're going to tell you, well, all of a sudden you gotta allow gay marriage in your country. You gotta allow this and that. This is how America is. This is how America functions. Nothing's for free.
I mean, you were born in America, right? Uh,
Yeah, and
uh, that's what I'm saying. Like you, uh, y- I wouldn't say you are wrong, right?
you what now?
And I mean, I don't say that you are wrong, or
Mm-hmm.
I'm not disagreeing with anything that you said, but you understand, right? For me,
Mm-hmm.
for me, America is better than Pakistan for me. Uh, and you know this. So now, uh,
No, I got you. I
do
got
you
you.
know?
Don't struggle with what you're saying. You know, I'm not. I'm telling you this not for you to change your mind, but I'm telling you uh, what to expect. Okay, and also remember,
Yeah,
America
right,
is
yeah.
is great at marketing itself. And even wherever you go in the world, right? Everybody, American movies, American star, everybody knows Snoop Dogg, everybody knows Denzel, everybody knows Tom Cruise, everybody, movie. Even though, for instance, India has a huge movie industry, Bollywood, right? But everybody's
Mm,
always comparing to the American bar, right? To the American, for instance, standard. Everybody would say, yeah, well, that's the Hollywood of insert country, or that's the Tom Cruise of Pakistan, or that's the
mhm.
Brad Pitt
Yeah.
of that's the Brad Pitt of Venezuela. So everybody, because America was is still great at exporting its culture. Culturally, America is actually the greatest exporter of culture. For instance, hip hop music, rock music, movie culture, even certain words, even things, and predominantly a lot of it is from black culture in America. When people just yo, sup, you know what I mean, or
Mm,
or my dude, or there's a lot of slang that basically comes out of the black community. So there's a lot of export that comes out of America. So everybody looks at America like this place that, oh, it's the best in the world. It's just like, yeah, this is it doesn't get any better than that, right? Yeah.
you, you,
Go ahead.
like you laughed at this idea of humanity, right? You laughed at it, like you were saying that, like if you tell America I'm gonna do this for humanity, you're gonna be laughed out of the room.
Yeah.
Uh, like this thing here is now here. Okay. Uh, Two things I wanna say. First is that like it's pretty late for me. Let's just discuss this tomorrow or sometime else. First thing. Second thing is, when you said the love thing, right? That is absolutely correct. And the point is that it does not matter, right? Because it, you said that if you say humanity, you will be laughed out of the room. Yes, that is absolutely true, and I expect that. But that's not what I. That's what the goal is, but that's not what I literally will tell the people or the people. You know what I'm talking about. I'll tell them, okay, I can reduce your food production with this X percentage of amount. I can buy my services, my products. I can make your energy grids more efficient. I can make your factories more efficient. That same thing, different wording. You know, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but again, you're dreaming, my friend, because again, you've never been, right. The infrastructure. If you go, for instance, I've been to China.
Oh,
I've been to Europe. Yeah. When you look at the
you've been there.
infrastructure,
Right?
for instance, the train system, right? Do
Mm.
you know that America doesn't have a high-speed train system, and all the bridges are falling apart. All the trains are old. The subway system in New York is
Mm.
trash. I'm not. It's not to bash. It's the truth. It's the reality. So when a lot of us now travel overseas and you see how things are, when you go to Singapore and you see how things function, you see how modern everything is. When you go to China, you see the high speed train. When you go to France, you see the TGV, the high speed train. Then you understand that the the vision that you have. I'm not saying this to change your mind, but I'm just giving you information, right? Once you can sample different places in the world, once you get a sample of how things are, and it's the same thing in America. Listen, there are a lot of us who never traveled, who don't even have a passport, who doesn't know anything about any other place than in America. They have the same thing. America is the center of the universe. America is the best. America is number one. But then America is the only place in the world that has a World Series where all the teams are American teams. Do you understand? So America is the only country who could do
Mm.
that. I mean, the same thing that just happened in Venezuela. America is the only country who says, well, we have to respect the rule of law. We have to respect human rights. But then they go and bomb the shit out of Venezuela and kidnap their president. And now the guy's in prison in New York. So imagine if somebody were to jump into America and kidnap the guy in the White House right now. Do you think that could happen? It would never
That would
happen.
be World War III.
Well, I'm not thinking along those lines, which I don't think that's going to happen. But what's going to happen is, Congress has to step in and say, you know what, enough is enough, because this madman is destroying world peace, world order, and that's the main problem, because now
Also, just a
everybody's an
question.
enemy.
Just a question. Can Congress, like the U.S. Congress, can they throw away the president?
Well, there's a process, because what happens is Congress has to go through a process, right? They have to deliberate, they have to put out a vote, then they have to pass it to, a committee, then they have to vote on it, and they have to take action. Where the president has veto power, so he could basically say, you know what, I want us to attack Venezuela in 10 days. And he signed before Congress could react. He's already done it. It's too late. And for these actions, for instance, what happened in Venezuela, he was supposed to go through Congress. Congress is supposed to sign off on this thing. If they say no, they're not supposed to carry it out. But for him, he doesn't care about these rules. He's changing the way government runs, you see? So when you see the state of affairs right now, what's happening, it becomes it's almost like a dream, because nobody thought anything like that could happen in America. People say, well, this is stuff that happens in third world countries, which I hate that term, third world countries. Who invented that? And when you look at the way certain countries are treated, it's almost like a uh, high school lunch break again. The jocks, the athletes, the bullies, they all hang out together. The pretty girls hang out together. The ugly, the nerds hang out together. It's that type of stuff. But then now, the guy in the White House right now, he's the big bully. He doesn't belong to any group. He's got his own little, he's the guy who's taking everybody's lunch money. Say, you know what? These are some nice shoes you got. I want them. And I'm not
Mm.
asking. Give them
Yeah.
to me. You understand?
Mm,
So that things are not what they were last year. Things are not what they were 6 months ago, and they may never get back to the way they used to be. And now it's basically shutting out a lot of immigrants, especially if you're brown skin or black. Okay, this is another reason I'm telling you, set your sights somewhere else. If you're black or brown skin, and he made that very clear. He said, why don't we have immigrants from Scandinavia, from Finland, from Denmark? These people have better lives where they are. What would they go to America? They don't want to go to America because they know their countries are better.
uh, yeah, you're right. Actually, I was America is solely for. I mean, my goal for I'm going to America solely for, building. Uh, for example, like I was watching Finland. It's so clean and so good of a country,
Mm-hmm.
but I cannot build there. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
I
of
cannot
course. I've
build.
I've I've, I've I've been to Finland. I've been to Helsinki.
Oh my God, you have been.
Yeah,
Where are you right now?
beautiful place. Well, I can't tell you where I am right now because I'm on the move. But Finland. Then I took the ferry, just crossed from Finland to Estonia. Beautiful place. Denmark. Copenhagen. All beautiful places. Okay, people. The quality of life. People have a lot of advantages that anybody in the West don't have. Free education, free healthcare, work conditions are amazing. So why would you want to go anywhere else? But also remember, uh, they have companies. They're not to the level of X. To the level of Amazon or Facebook. But for instance, Spotify, right? Huge company, Scandinavian, right? And there are a lot of other companies that are not to the level, but they're doing great because you know why? They're not greedy. They're not trying to buy every small company. They're not trying to destroy every competitor. They're not trying to force people to adopt their philosophy. They just do their business, and then they're happy. They're happy making a billion, but not chasing a trillion. You know what I mean? And by chasing a trillion, they destroy a lot of other companies in the process. That's not their philosophy. Their philosophy is again healthy living, a healthy society, education. Right? The literacy rate, it's in the 99%, pretty much 100%.
Wow.
That's because they invest in their people.
I mean, look, I agree with you. I mean, like, if you were born in Pakistan, and from a Pakistani perfect perspective, if you see America,
Hmm.
you know how
Well,
it
yeah,
feels.
I'm sure if I let's say if I were born in if I was born in Pakistan, my view would be completely different, right? But also my view could be the same as it is now if I had the opportunity to travel and see outside, see how things are in Finland, how things are in Russia, how things are in Singapore, and in Macau, in Hong Kong, in Beijing, right? In Dubai.
Mhm.
Then if one,
Mm,
it's because it's once you see, all right, you can. Social media and the internet could give you a lot of insight, could give you a lot of knowledge, right? A lot of um, practical. Well, I wouldn't say practical. A lot of tangible knowledge where you can, oh, okay, yes, this is a good source. They have this information, I understand. But being there, it's a whole different perspective. Do you understand? It's a whole different perspective. The way
mhm,
people live. Then you get to understand how people think. How for instance, I've been to Brazil as well, Rio and Sao Paulo. When when you meet someone, right? For instance, especially Sao Paulo, where you meet somebody and you strike up a conversation, right? And then you're talking, yeah, yeah, where you from? What are you doing here? Blah blah blah. And then they invite you to their house to have dinner with them and their family without without hesitation. There's no afterthought. Is this guy, is he gonna kidnap me? Is he gonna is he gonna what is he gonna it's a different level of interaction. Don't get me wrong, that could happen anywhere. You could meet good people anywhere, but the amount of good interactions you have in certain places versus certain other places, you'll see a huge difference between how people interact with each other and the level of easy uh, going sort of attitude that you'll find in some places. And a lot of these places, they're not super rich, but then they'll gladly share a meal with you. Same thing when I was in Indonesia. Some people, they don't even, they're not making a lot of money, but they'll gladly invite you to share a meal with them. To be happy to go take you home, cook a meal, with their families, introduce you to everybody. You see what I'm saying? So it's not about, well, yeah, the big dream, build. Yeah, everybody wants to build a billion, $1 billion unicorn. Um, but you can build it from anywhere. There are a lot of companies that are going to be coming out, okay, within the next few years that are going to achieve billionaire. They're going to make a lot of billionaires, but they're not going to be in America. They're going to be all over the place. They're going to be in China. They're going to be in Pakistan. They're going to be in India. They're going to be in South Africa. They're going to be in Kenya. They're going to be in Nigeria. They're going to be in freaking uh, Tokyo. All right. That's where things are going because now knowledge is out there. Knowledge is not being gate kept anymore. So there's not a lot of gatekeepers when it comes to things. If you can build solutions that solve problems, you're good to go. For instance, what X was showing us, that's a product that could serve a lot of people, not just in India, but all over the world.
In fact, that you mentioned, knowledge. I think with this initiative that I'm taking, we can make knowledge ubiquitous, can't we?
hmm No, definitely. Just stay motivated, stay focused, right? And
Absolutely.
yeah, and then just build, experiment, and then
Like, uh, like the lens that I see, these things from, is that okay? Like Elon Musk was. In fact, let me tell you something. Do you know that Elon Musk, when he was in South Africa, he wanted to go to America to build big things too. Do you know that? You know that. So same as
well,
with me. To be honest with you, I'm not born in a very high-techy country,
mm,
uh, and I don't have any hope. You might have hope, but I don't have, as a Pakistani, I don't have much hope about that Pakistan is going to be a very big country in the next 5 to 10 years.
mm,
Maybe that's not impossible, but that I don't have any hope. Still, I think even after 5 to 10 years, when Pakistan gets a little developed, America will be, at a better position. So I think that for someone like me who wants to build big things for humanity, right? I think that America the is still the best option. Elon Musk, again, returning to it, he won't be able to build SpaceX or Tesla in Brazil or in Indonesia or in Sweden or something like that, right? Because it's not the environment is what matters, right? America is full of that environment. You are an American too. If I come to America, I would meet people like you, and that would like I would surround myself with people like you, good people like what what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that good people don't exist in other countries. What I'm saying is that environment is better in America for building stuff and also education. MIT, Harvard. I mean, the nowadays stuff is pretty, hot. But if we see from a traditional historical perspective, MIT, Harvard, they are the best institutions in the world, and
Hmm.
they exist in America. They don't exist in, you can say, Finland. They don't exist in Russia. They exist in United States of America.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
this is the lens that I see America from, and also I see, of course, I am sort of aware of what is happening in America, and you know that, like I
Hmm.
told you a lot of stuff that I know that you know too, that you can know that I know this stuff about America, but the point of the matter is that I see America from that sort of lens, that I described to you earlier about all that, Uh, SpaceX, Tesla, even Zip 2, they might have not been possible if it was not in America. Elon Musk, for Elon Musk, that would only was America. The other countries are catching up, but I think for now it's still the best option is America. If the guy you mentioned keep mentioning White House guy
Hmm.
doesn't ruin it. Uh, and yeah, like Pakistan, uh, uh, again, no disrespect, but if you go to Pakistan, right, uh, the roads you will see here, they're chaotic. They're chaotic. Uh, y- you will think, someone from, someone from America was only seen good roads with, you know, uh, uh, like high-end cars and everything working functionally. When they come to America, they would see, and they drive a car, they would see a guy riding a bike crossing from you, and then guy on the right. You know what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah.
From that perspective, America feels like in heaven, trust me. But again, forget all that road stuff, forget all that. The only thing that matters for me and for you is to build stuff that benefit humanity.
Yep.
SpaceX is in America, and SpaceX is taking humanity to Mars. If it was not in America, I don't think SpaceX could have grown this much.
Cool. Okay. We have another Pakistani in the chat. Amir. Uh,
Oh, let's go.
yeah. Come to Discord. Here's the link is in the chat right now, or you can scan the QR code. So I'm speaking with Amar, who's Amar and Amir. Maybe you guys know each other, but I know Pakistan is
No,
huge, so chances are you
yeah.
don't know each other. I'm just kidding. But yeah. Think come to the Discord. Have
You
a
can
chat.
ask this stuff too. This stuff to him too, Amir too, and I'm sure that he's gonna tell you how. Bro, like, come to Pakistan. Trust me.
Mm.
When you
No,
come
I
to
I
Pakistan,
got
you
you.
will get
Listen,
everything that I'm talking about.
yeah, I got you. I got you. It's just I'm giving you the other side of things. Yes, you to and then you're not the only you're not the only person that I interact with that's that basically their dream is to go to America, and America is built that way is to have everybody dreaming about going to America. That's why a lot of places in the world, a lot of countries in the world, they have what we call a brain drain. All their biggest, brightest people leave their country to go to America to actually build America because you work in America, you pay taxes in America, you make America better, but then your own country is not progressing. You see what I'm saying? And it's the same thing. Like you mentioned Elon before. Um, Elon is a different story. Elon didn't have to go to America. Elon grew up in a family that was very well off. His father owned mines in South Africa. His mother's
No,
Canadian.
that's actually not true. Actually,
Yeah.
that's
So,
actually not. I studied that.
and also
That story. You know that
before,
Emerald Mine. That's not true.
right. And also before he went to America, uh, he lived in Canada first because remember his mom is Canadian.
Mm,
So
I knew that.
they emigrated to Canada first, and then of course they Canada doesn't really have a
Yeah,
tech
that's
industry.
again, that is because of a certain reason too. Because he couldn't have gone to America directly. He could have gone to, I mean, but like going to Canada because his mom lived there to support him, and for that purpose, he would have a better. Uh, Still, from Canada, he still moved to America, right? That's for a reason, right? He
Oh
couldn't
yeah,
have built a space that.
that's what I
Yeah,
said because
yeah,
Canada doesn't have a tech industry. Canada doesn't have a strong tech culture. Of course, he went to America, but for him, how many Elons are there in the world? There's only one. Okay, he's the guy. When everybody says, "No, you're crazy. This is never gonna work." When people says, "Well, PayPal was never gonna work," PayPal didn't start as PayPal. It was a different company
yeah,
altogether.
and
When it
for
didn't
this
work, then
reason,
they
he's my
pivot.
hero.
Say what?
And yeah, you're right. Like you said that he does what people tell him that he's crazy and he still does it.
Yeah.
This is why he's my hero, right? This is why I admire him deeply. Nikola Tesla and Elon Musk, they are both top, I would say, at the top. I I would, like in my room I would place their picture. That's how much I admire them, both of these people.
Right.
Tesla at the top, Tesla at the top, Elon Musk at the top too, but little bit below Tesla. I mean, that doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. The
No,
point
got
is
yeah,
that
yeah, no, got you because at the end of the day, uh, Elon he's just a man, but he managed to do things that a lot of people who have limiting beliefs would never achieve because if they were to listen to what people tell them, he would have given up, but he didn't give up. He persevered. From PayPal to other companies to Tesla to now SpaceX and a bunch of other things. You know what I mean? So he basically he is one of a kind. I mean, you know, I don't necessarily agree to everything that he says and does, but he's one of a kind. You got to give him credit for what he's able to achieve. But for you, uh, just whatever, whether it's me or anybody else, yeah, do what you want. All we can do is have a conversation about it. All we can do is basically I can offer my opinion where it's warranted. But at the end of the day,
mm,
it's your life, it's your path, it's
of course,
your
of course,
it's your decision. You know what I mean?
like the advice you give, I deeply, consider them. Uh, and I don't ever at all disagree with what you said. I agree with all of what you said, but there are certain things that, like maybe you have to consider too. Uh,
About the situation
you
in
know what I mean?
Pakistan and in the culture and all. I do consider that, because I may come on strong when I tell you these things. It's not that I don't consider them because I know, and you're not the only person that I interact with that hold certain views that basically says, well, where I live, my country, blah blah blah, this and that, it's this and that. But then things would significantly be better if I migrate to America. But yes, they will be better to a certain on some aspects, but not all of it. And if it could bring you some solace, some peace, or some level of success, uh, think also at the other side of the coin. It'll bring you a level of success, but the other side of the coin also there's a good side and a bad side. So this is what you got to consider. But of course,
Mm,
where you are, you don't see the good side, right? You only see the good side on the other side. And what I want you to be fair also, as much as you see the good side from the other side, look at the bad side also, because where you are has a bad side, and that's all you see. But you have to weigh the other side as well. Okay, there's good. What's the bad? You got to be cognizant of that. I think there's a question for you from Amir in the chat. I don't know if you're looking at the chat.
yeah, I looked at it. I'm from Hyderabad, if he's curious. he is in the server, he can join the
Mm.
VC here. I'm actually waiting for him to appear because I'll just give him a quick introduction and leave. And you're probably going to stream at the same time tomorrow, right? No,
Yeah. Tomorrow I'll be on around the same time. And what time is it now for you? It's probably
3:30 a.m.
3. So you got to get some sleep.
I will. Okay. I guess then you have conversation with Amr if he joins. I was actually waiting for him, but he's not joining for some reasons.
Yeah, I don't think Amir's gonna join right now. It's yeah. He says it's 3:30. Of course, yeah. He's in Pakistan as well. Well, I think
Mm.
we're gonna call it a day for now. It's been 6 hours.
Like when I joined this VC, I was like, let's speak with NDO for an hour and then I will go to sleep. But it's been like 3.5 hours in no time.
It's been more than 3.5 hours. It's been 4 hours and 4 hours and 28 minutes, my friend, not three.
Yeah.
Because
So
I have the counter on the Discord chat room.
I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah, it's showing
Okay.
4 hours and 4.5 hours. That's how long you've been here.
Did you see how time went by? Did you realize that
I know.
first of all, starting from smart glasses and AI, and then this, what is this, Higgs,
Yeah, political
some guy.
situation, social,
Um,
all that type of stuff. Well,
yeah.
again, remember, which is why it's good to have a breadth of knowledge when it comes to these things. It's not just about coding. It's not just about tech. It's about the world we live in as well. It's about the humans. It's about human beings, the human condition. It's about lived experiences. It's about history. It's about we talk about the British Empire. We talk about the Spanish Empire. And all these things, they all factor into
Mm,
what makes you
From
a well-rounded person. You know what I mean?
mhm. A well-aware person, I guess.
Exactly. So anyway, let's call it a day. So Amir, join the Discord so you can join us tomorrow. I know it's late. Get some sleep. Amar, anyway, always a pleasure to have you on the chat. I will continue a little bit offline before I hit to sleep, but I'm gonna end the stream right now. And Amara, once again, thank you for joining us. And Amir, thanks for stopping by. And X, who joined us earlier, who spent some time with us also in the chat. So for those of you who are listening, this is Indio Live. We're vibe coding, man. We're having fun, and then we're having some interesting conversations. But also remember, if ever you want to drop in and have a conversation with us, the Discord link is in the description, or you can scan the QR code on the screen, and I think Amir had joined the Discord, definitely. So you can join the call tomorrow, and I don't know if Amar is gonna be there tomorrow, but you guys can have a talk. Maybe you guys can collaborate on some projects in Pakistan. All right,
Hmm. All right.
great.
So it's bye.
All right, Amar, get some sleep, man.
Bye.
Cool. Have a good night. Bye bye. Well, all right, folks. Here we are. That's pretty much it. I ended up fixing a couple of bugs. Well, quite a few actually. So today we were running. Amir, want to ask me a question? Yeah, sure, Amir. You wanna ask me a question? Give me. Go ahead. You can type it here. I'm gonna step away for a second, and I'll be right back. Then I'll answer your question. But and also then I have to sign off because I've been here for 6 hours and it's getting a little late. Go ahead. You can ask me. Ask me the question.
Okay. Um, can you hear me, dear?
Yeah, Amir. Yes, of course. I've heard of BMAD. I haven't used it. I know about the GitHub repo. I've read it. But I haven't tried it because there's so much stuff out there, and I pretty much have my workflow that I'm pretty satisfied with. But I haven't used um, that framework yet, the BMAD repo on GitHub. Have you used it?
Okay, so what's your future plan?
Oh wait, are you in the? Where is that Amir? Oh, Amir is
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Hey, there you go. What's up?
I'm great. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. So BMAD. Have you used BMAD? Have you used the repo?
No, actually, I was exploring new things regarding. So, in just my way, I just seen this to GitHub to precise or short in. I'm not in good in your language, okay? So I just made up myself with the things here and there and
Hmm.
where. So just try to understand my language, okay? It's very conservative, but you can.
Oh, okay. Are you so basically what's your specialty? What do you do? Do you do front end, full stack?
Um, no. I'm just a web coder and another web coder, just a normal one.
Okay.
I was professionally belonging to finance and accounting,
Hmm.
and I'm a professional accountant. And my past experience with totally in manufacturing, accounting,
Hmm.
and finance structure in banking side of Asia. But my few things and a couple of needs regarding the IT and procedures and upgrading with the tech industries on in requirements of the tasks and automations and these reports and the summarization and the many more things.
Hmm.
So I just started myself with um, by my own way. I have generated it. Let explore it through different studies and not such studies which are like what can I say like a degree way or a certification way, but
Right.
through exploration of research through Google, through YouTube, through different other platforms,
Hmm.
and reading articles through LinkedIn and other platforms like. So
Okay.
I'm in a beginner or just in startup with, but with practical things. I
Hmm.
can show you my few um, workings here. Basically,
Yeah,
I
for
want.
sure. I've got a few minutes because I was gonna click off actually because it's been 6 hours. So yeah, let's take probably about 10 minutes to talk a little bit and then show me what you got. So are you developing tools that are related to accounting, or what is your end goal? Because if you want to build with real solutions for to solve real problems, and then you already have.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. So you're already in accounting, so that would be a good way, a good case study for you to build things to make your job easier, to solve a problem, a pain point that you and other CPAs might have. So what are you building right now?
I have shared you a link to Discord, which is right now. I was just quitting the and shutting down my PC, and I seen you at YouTube, and I just crazy and go crazy and clicked your working that the person is doing the same way what I was doing. So I was doing live on YouTube, but I did quit it because uh, it is more, you can say it's a professional way to maintain the both criteria. You were generating something or exploring something, and after that, side by side, parallel, you're doing a live and maintaining the publicly view and answering. And this is so tough to handle such thing when you are in the middle of something and hard to find the solution and getting trouble with the AI and its limitations and APIs and here and there, because from toe to head,
Mm-hmm.
from toe to head, I'm that only single person to develop a click, a behind the click scene, back end, front end, database handling with Postgres, with SQL, with Google Cloud, um, with different stacks and multiple things.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm taking your time, so you need some time here. You asked me for.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Because you know, the reason I was on the stream today to basically I wasn't doing a lot of coding really. It's a new tool that I started actually using today for the first time. It's Open Code. That's what you see on the screen right now. Let me switch. It's a CLI. Okay, it's a command line tool, kind of like Cloud Code or that type of stuff. Hang on, no, that's the wrong screen. So kind of like Cloud Code and etc. etc. So you don't have to use an IDE. You don't have to use VS Code or Cursor or any of these things. So this is what you're seeing here. This is Open Code, right? So let me show you. Let me just get a new terminal. And what's good about it, because it's very lean, so it doesn't bog down your system. So you can have 8, 10 agents working in parallel with each other, and it won't crash your CPU, it won't crash your computer. So basically, this is a command line. So if I can say open code, right,
Okay.
and this is what you'll see. Hang on a second. That's it. Can you see that?
The screen having you and a greeting quick check-in. There is nothing.
You should.
Compacting GLM 4.7 free.
Yeah,
This one.
I think there's a delay, so you can see.
Exactly.
Yeah, open code. It's basically a very simple. I'm in the terminal right now, so this you're seeing open code in the terminal. You can choose your LLM. You can choose different things, and with slash, you can see all the commands,
Okay.
right? You can uh, change the theme. You open an editor, right? For instance, if you want to open Cursor, if you want to open VS Code, you could use an external editor. Theme, MCPs. You could show status, how many tokens you've used. You can list all your
So,
agents.
so the bunch of questioning are exploiting in my mind. Have you deployed it or not?
Have I what?
Deployed it or not?
Uh,
Deploy.
this project, no, but I've deployed other projects, yes. And in fact,
Okay.
I have two projects in the process of being acquired. Um, so it's those I can't kind of divulge. I can't divulge what they are, because there's a lot of people out there just waiting to hack into your stuff. Even though
Exactly. Exactly. This
yeah,
is.
and I've had people try. They try to hack me already. But anyway, yeah, I've built since, I guess, since August 2024. I've built 150
Great.
projects.
Great.
Yeah. So so basically, I'm gonna get past these two that are gonna get acquired. Then I'm gonna launch two more. Then I'm just gonna basically keep cycling them out. I'm fixing, but I have things for everything. I have for compliance, for the medical field, agriculture, content creation, service industry, fitness, which is the one I was working on today. Which I wasn't even coding. I was just doing some testing. and this is the first time I was using this tool, OpenCode. So I knew this is
That
a project that I had done last year. So I gave it a task to find
that
some.
means that means you are really experienced within such time period, and you have a decent profile on GitHub, maybe,
Yeah.
as I'm assuming. Okay.
Well, yeah. You.
Let
What
me
about you?
let me ask you a
How long
question.
have you been in vibe coding? What about you?
I'm starting from October of 25th. It's
Mm-hmm.
been recent, not so long away,
Okay.
but it's October 25th. I was starting, and I'm just in the middle of journey.
Okay. What do you use? Are you using BMAT or what tools are you using?
No. BMAT is still on the way. I was just here through it through a YouTube channel,
Okay.
AI Labs. Yeah. So I was looking for a local LLM
Mm-hmm.
to working with, but I couldn't do it because I don't have such a massive configuration PC.
Yeah.
So I just tried to pair it with the APIs and different Google anti-gravity and VS Code. First, I was in the beginning. I used VS Code,
Mm-hmm.
and after that, when I heard about anti-gravity when it's launched,
Yeah.
the YouTube just blasted and everywhere anti-gravity, and I just pull it and start working with it. It's very deep and having multiple open agents to work here with. But dear, I don't know about your past experience and professional, and because as per your working, you are looking very professional, so and organized as well. Because the experience may get discipline to the person ever,
Yeah.
so you must gain it.
Well, yeah. I mean, the main thing is, we talked about this earlier with Amar and X. You kind of have to have at least uh, basic knowledge of coding language, whether it's just HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or Python, or any kind of language, right? And it's the same thing when you understand uh, like the spoken language. For instance, if you speak English predominantly and then you learn Italian, so it'll be easier for you to learn other languages because you know about syntaxes, you know about grammar, you learn
Exactly.
about phrase structure. So it's the same thing in coding. If you know a little bit of Python, if you know a little bit of CSS, and even if it's just rudimentary, okay, what's div, what's margin, what's padding, you know what I mean? How many pixels is this distance from that distance? And all these sort of language, programming language, whether it's HTML, you know what I mean? So you go a long way by knowing exactly what you're doing, because vibe coding it's a wonderful thing, but it could take you on a journey that will either frustrate you or it'll make you really happy, but at the same time you won't be able to build anything that you can actually uh, bring to production, because once you start having errors, it could go left pretty quickly, you know what I mean?
Exactly. And here your experience is showing with your wordings. Let me tell you why I shared you BMAT here, because that was jumping in my memory.
Mm.
Actually, I heard the person who have built the BMAT uh, on YouTube. So I just heard his voice, and his voice is just similar to your voice. So I just clicked myself that, oh, is that person is? No.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of his videos as well, and yeah, it's cool. So I mean, one thing is one thing you're gonna realize real quick, right? Is the fact that um, there are so many tools out there, and you can't use them all. So at some point, you have to pick a stack, a tech stack, and learn it, perfect it, right? And
Exactly.
right, so for me, it's basically, it's right now it's always the same. In the beginning, it was all Python, Python based things, and then I transitioned to mainly, if I'm doing a web app or a mobile app, then if it's web, then it'll be Next.js. Okay, that's the tech stack. Next.js with Tailwind CSS. I usually use a combination of either GSAP for animation, and then I may use a glass morphism for like that kind of like glass effect, right?
Exactly. The class morphism
Hmm.
and skepticism is just like the similar word.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, glassphorism and neophorism. And
Yes, exactly. So
skew, skeuomorphism, another one. Element from skeuomorphism.
yes, exactly. But and
I'm not
also
profound.
if I'm building if I'm building a backend, then I'll go into a different stack. But if I'm building uh, a mobile app, right? Then I go into
Mhm.
React Native with Expo, the Expo SDK. I think it's version 54 now, and I still use glass morphism for certain things, and because I like the look, because it's the modern, because I'm a Mac user, so I like the kind of glass, but not to overdo it in certain places, certain buttons and stuff like that. And then
Exactly.
for backend, I either use Supabase or Vercel, and I use Docker locally, and PostgreSQL, and well, sometimes Prisma, right? Prisma ORM. Still use I still use Docker locally to develop, so I don't keep going back and forth between the server. I only go to the server when I'm ready to deploy and test, and then before I go live. But I can test
At the
everything.
finalization, that means you use the deployment step at the top of finalization when you just prepare your every step with the local and the Docker and the containerization and the Postgres
Yeah,
with the Prisma or something like MongoDB or else
yeah,
as per requirements. Okay, that's
yeah,
superb.
exactly. And then you got to
That's
test.
literally an experience spoken. Superb.
Yeah, thanks, man. So listen, I think we got to get out of here. I'm getting into it was 6 hours and 20 minutes. I wanted to do 5 hours today, but it's all good. Anyway, I'm glad you came back. But listen, don't be a stranger. Now you're on the
No, 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 no,
Discord,
no.
and I'll be live tomorrow. So if you want to stop by, so we can talk some more. All right?
Yeah, sure, sure, dear. Let me know your name.
Ndio.
And you,
Yeah,
okay, the same one. Okay,
yeah.
okay. And you, my name is, as you've seen that. Take care
Amir.
of yourself so much, okay,
Mhm.
and have a good. It's daytime, maybe there.
Yeah, it is. So anyway, listen. Great. I'm happy to have met you. So now, all right, let's keep in touch. We can talk about development. We can talk about your projects. If you come on
Yeah,
the
sure.
stream tomorrow, then we can talk about your project, what you're working on, and then you know.
I'm definitely subscribing you and let you be in my notification as well. Thank you
Awesome.
so much. Yeah. We will meet soon, inshallah.
All
Take care
right.
of yourself, okay?
All right, Amir. Perfect, man. Okay, great. So yeah, I'll see you on the next stream tomorrow.
Okay,
All
bye
right.
bye.
Okay. Bye bye. Well, all right, guys. We're gonna call it, and that was a great stream today. So I want to thank everybody for dropping in. All right, old friends, new friends. We got, of course, Amar, who's always As always on the stream, always we have interesting conversations and deep conversations about everything and anything. So Amar, and we had Anub earlier. Also, we had who am I forgetting? We had X, and of course now Amir. So once again, thanks guys. It was a great stream. I shall leave you here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be here again. We'll be live. So tune in and discuss. Remember, Discord. There you go. The Discord channel is open. So if you want to talk to us tomorrow, drop in and we'll be able to chop it up and have a decent conversation. So thank you very much. And until tomorrow, peace out.